Sadishgar.
Hi, Lori. How are you? Doing well, thank you. I sure do. Let me see. It's in my It's actually in my office. So let me go grab it. Oh, he's not on there, and it won't let me. And I messaged him and said,
I mean, I went to bed really early last night, and then I woke up really good. I went to bed like at 9 o'clock, 9:30.
That's pretty early.
"Will you look at this?"
You don't wake up at like 5 or something crazy, do you?
I do. I wake up early.
Do you?
6. sometimes I get up. I mean, I've been so busy, but when I have little accomplishments, then I have a really good day when I go for a run or do something. Then I feel like, oh my God, I just got that done, and then I go to the next thing and I get that done, and I get to the next. So,
Cool.
hey,
I just like to get enlightenment to you guys. Okay. A little bit of education and knowledge. Just please share that. I could use
I didn't
everything.
hear what you started. What
Huh?
did you say at the first? What did you start with? I wasn't paying attention.
Just share knowledge tonight. I'm just looking to absorb everything you guys have
Okay, sounds good.
together here.
We're on it.
Are you?
Oh, we tried.
how you doing, young man?
I'm doing okay, young man. How are you doing?
Doing great. He had a birthday this past weekend.
So I had one this month.
I feel better today.
I had one this
Sorry.
year.
We're both cancers.
There you go. I know we're celebrating next week together.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can alternate. Now that I'm thinking about it, it might not be the best. My computer shut it down.
Would you like to use mine?
Oh, actually, it's not that.
Am I able to take a chair?
Oh my gosh, Patricia, I just stole your chair.
No, go ahead. You didn't steal it.
I didn't realize what I did. Okay.
Did you see? Dude, okay. The mic's not on yet.
We need to text. I better get my phone. Hold on, I better get my phone. Oh, yeah, Brandon will let me know what's
I don't understand. We need to just all take a deep breath, right?
That would be nice.
I mean, I just had to get that off my chest. I just don't understand it. I mean, I've been an advocate. I've been
Take a
trying
picture of it, send it to me just so I'm aware. Please send me some stuff too. Not
we're
recently,
trying
but
to help with some of the stuff. We've been supportive. Why would we?
I'm right back. I get my agenda.
It's very upsetting, you know?
Yes.
I mean, you never treat anyone like that. I mean, even when you get mad, you treat people with respect. You gotta hold yourself to the same standard.
He knows, I know, you're made aware, but we'll get there.
I'll get there. I'm new. Got my sea legs. It's all fixable.
Another month out.
Yes.
Good to see you. I'll tweak my comments. I'm just kind of going like this, but you'll understand why I made the comments I did in about a month.
Gentle comments are
Yes.
always well
Two
received.
to three meetings, you'll understand.
Now I have to get something. Okay, here. Help before I leave.
Town manager, all set? Okay. Good evening. I call this July 23rd meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. Thank you to those in person with us tonight, those watching via live stream, and those who are watching a recording of this meeting. Our town mission statement, which helps guide our decisions tonight and into the future, is connecting our diverse community to an enhanced quality of life through innovative programs and services. Tonight, Senior Officer Carl Rodriguez, is our Sergeant-at-Arms for this evening's meeting. We thank you for your attendance, sir. As you note, we are short a couple of members tonight. Mayor Pro Tem Garamella plans to join virtually a little bit later, and Councilmember Rabati is on her way. I will be delivering this evening's invocation. This one is an oldie but a goodie. We went through the crucible of budget together, and we continue to choose to stay in the arena and dedicate our time and effort alongside our staff, committee members, residents, and each other every day to enhance the lives of our residents. Over 114 years ago, Theodore Roosevelt delivered the speech entitled Citizenship in a Republic at the Sorbonne in Paris on April 23rd, 1910. Its core message continues to resonate today, and here's a portion of that message. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. As you can tell, it's over 100 years old, so it's not quite politically correct. It keeps on talking about the him rather than the they, but it still resonates. At this time, all who are able, please stand and join in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge
allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America
and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Yep, the mics are very sensitive, and we're getting a little wind up here because, as you can tell, we're trying to keep everybody cool. We're having a little trouble with the HVAC, but we're doing our best. Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. Does anyone have anything they want to share at this time? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to adopt this evening's agenda.
A motion that we adopt this evening's agenda.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Rao, second by Councilmember Fender. All those in favor of adopting this evening's agenda, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 5-0.
Mayor, that was me, not Councilmember
I'd
Fender.
like to amend who actually made the second. It was Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson. I apologize.
No worries. Thank you.
There are two items on tonight's consent agenda, the June 6th work session meeting minutes and a resolution authorizing the town to enter into sole source purchase with Atlantic Emergency Solutions, Incorporated. Are there any items council would like pulled for discussion? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to adopt this evening's consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have the same two, Councilmember Rao and seconded by Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that also carries unanimously 5-0. There is one administrative report this evening. Administrative reports are intended to be information only. Council members, do you have any questions about this item? Okay, moving on. We are now at presentations. I will recognize Councilmember Fender to read a proclamation recognizing Morrisville.
Okay, this is a proclamation changing the town's name from Morrisville to S'moresville on Saturday, August 10th, 2024. Whereas community spirit is essential to the high quality of life enjoyed in Morrisville, and whereas residents enjoy consuming s'mores, which are a delicious treat made with graham crackers, chocolate, and marshmallows, and whereas National S'mores Day is celebrated every year on August 10th, And whereas the residents of Morrisville are encouraged to celebrate National S'mores Day by enjoying fun activities and eating s'mores at S'moresville Community Park. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby claim the name of Morrisville to be changed to S'moresville on Saturday, August 10th, 2024. Signed by T.J. Colley.
Pretty cool. We're all looking forward to it. This time, I would like to invite Director of Engineering Mark Spagnoli to the podium for a Pew House project update.
That's not the right presentation. What are the attachments? Thank you. Sorry about the quick delay there. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Mark Spagnoli, Director of Engineering. Tonight we have a presentation and a project update regarding the Pew House. Not as tasty as S'moresville, but certainly a good conversation to have. I personally love the Pew House. I enjoy historic renovation projects. I've done a number in my career, and hopefully we can get there someday with the Pew House. So let's dive right in. So just some background information. The Pew House is obviously a historic property owned by the town. It's located at 103 Page Street. We completed an exterior renovation back in 2018. A building condition assessment and future use study was also done the same year. We had council work sessions and reviewed the project in 2019 and again in 2022. We did an office needs study, not directly just for the Pew House, but for a number of our office buildings. It did include the Pew House, and a conclusion was determined that the space was limited for staff needs. And right now we've developed a few concepts that for interior build out of the property, and we want to look at those and discuss them this evening. So again, the goals for tonight, we have actually developed 3 conceptual ideas for redevelopment of the Pew House. We also did some project cost analysis to see what those would cost. We want to review those concepts together with the council. We'd like to also look at the costs together with the council. We'd also like to get input from the council to determine if there's a desire to move ahead with a more detailed concept for one of the renovation options, or even a different option if there's a desire for that. So let's move on to our next steps. So just to put everything in perspective, here's a location map of where the Pew House is located. I'm actually going to start at the top left because I do want to talk about this area. We are starting to look at this as a whole town center district. You have town center that's going to be developed to the top left of this map. The actual stormwater control measure, the wetland is already there. It's a water feature that's part of town center. We've got the Indian Creek Greenway Trailhead and Playground right there. Future home of the Veterans Memorial will be right there as well. Town Hall across the street. If you go further down the sheet to the bottom, you've got the Greenway connection that takes you into other Greenway trails. The future dog park just to the right of that. A future temple that's going to be developed to the right of that. And then in red here, you see some properties mixed with some town-owned parcels. The Pew House being right in the center of those 3 or 4 red squares and rectangles. The railroad owns a parcel just to the right of the Pew House. We own the parcel just to the left of the Pew House, and we also own a small parcel just to the bottom right corner of the railroad parcel. As you go further to the north, we'll have another Greenway trail that takes you around and actually loops back into the town center in the future. So we kind of see this as a district, so we wanted to kind of put that in place so you can kind of get a feel where the Pew House sits on the map. So just to set the stage, here we have a photo of the Pew House, just to see what it currently looks like today. As you can see, the exterior is in pretty good condition from the renovation we did in 2018. We just did exterior work back in 2018, so as you look towards the next few pictures for reference, you can see that the exterior looks pretty good, the interior not so good. It certainly needs to be renovated. It doesn't have any major structural issues, so it's not like it's falling down or anything like that, but it certainly needs to be renovated on the inside at the bare minimum. Okay, for the three different options, we just have a graphical representation of the site plan. So as you can see here, we have the Pugh House property. It sits on about a 1/4 acre of property itself. Again, we own the property to the left and we own a small piece to the right, just past the railroad property. The home itself occupies about 2,300 square feet. It's a single family residence. At the end of the day, it was built in 1852, and it's located in the historic Crossroads Village district in our zoning. Just a note for all the options, the exact parking count hasn't exactly been determined. It depends on the final use. And in reality, the lot as it stands wouldn't be able to support parking. We would have to either close Church Street right away and use that for parking, or potentially use the property across the street. The lot as it's configured today does not have any space to add parking to it. Same comment I'll have for the Page Street side. Maybe there's an opportunity to close Page Street to provide some more property give back to the Pugh House property. Okay, so let's talk about option number one. This is a Heritage Cultural Center option. For example, this could potentially be like right here in the hallway of this building. We have like historic artifacts and so forth. Maybe those could relocate to the Pugh House. And in addition, maybe we could expand the history there by showing some of the modern changes to our heritage and show maybe some cultural influences from the Indian culture. And just looking at the floor plan itself on the ground floor, and just to set the stage here, the ground floor and the second floor, the walls that are shown are very similar to the location that they are today. In fact, they're pretty much exactly the way they exist today. So we would break up the space. As an example, we could have a break room on the left-hand side, some bathroom facilities, a multi-purpose room, and then the two rooms to the right-hand side of the ground level could be their heritage display rooms, and upstairs could be a couple of offices. For the site plan to work properly, you'd need to add some walkways, some accessible walkways. You'd have to have an accessible ramp so that folks that needed some assistance could come to the facility without taking the staircase. At this time, we're not exactly sure if an elevator would be required, but these are some considerations we want to take as we move forward. And then to just also talk about the size of the rooms, just so you get a better feel. The multi-purpose room in the center, that's about the size of the conference room in this building. So just to give you a feel of the size of the space. The break room is probably the size of a medium-sized bedroom. And then the heritage display rooms and the offices are all about the same size. And those, if you squared off the conference room here, that would be about the size of each one of those rooms. So you'd have 4 rooms about that size. All right, so next up is the town annex. Basically some type of municipal office purpose for this plan. Same concept, the walls remain in relatively the same location. The size of the rooms are as I described earlier. Again, an elevator may be required. So this is basically gives you an option for offices with a conference room in the center, or even a smaller conference room on the left-hand side. The bathrooms would be just as shown on the plans. Renovation option number 3 is an event venue. In this case, same thing. The layout stays very similar. We'd basically be calling the rooms different things. This is somewhat like historic church or historic Christian church. It could be rentable. It could be programmed as something that's rentable. It could be maybe for receptions, parties, meetings, holiday events, things of that nature. Instead of a break room on the left-hand side, we'd do like a warming kitchen. It wouldn't be a full kitchen, but you could maybe have some catering brought in, and they could be warmed up on that space and then brought into the event spaces as needed. Again, elevator may be required. Some of these options may require an additional staff member to be on site or be available for the venue. And this particular option may require rezoning if we dig a little deeper because of the event venue. All right, just to let you go over some development considerations. The project would need to meet UDO and building code requirements. As with all older structures, there could be some unforeseen conditions. If we tear into the walls as we're putting electrical and mechanical, we might find some other defects that need to be addressed. So those are things that could happen with any old structure. The parking requirements are certainly a challenge. We would need to look into that further. Like I said, there are some options, but you couldn't do them immediately on the site that it occupies today. You'd have to take up some other space to provide the parking. We see this as part of town center district, so this could be part of the town center experience at some point in the future. The square footage that's there today offers limited options for town staffing. Maybe there is an opportunity, but for example, like trying to relocate the parks administration there, it's too small for their needs. And then just trying to understand the vision of the council for this facility would be extremely helpful. And I think I sort of alluded to this, but whichever option is considered, the floor plan generally remains unchanged of these three options. So that, I think, provides some flexibility for programming to evolve as needed, as we move forward into the future. So let's look at the costs. So we did do 3 individual cost estimates that were very similar. So we decided to go ahead and just use an average for this presentation. You have your design costs to take this to full permitting stage. That would cost about $150,000. Your construction costs for this project are about $1 million. Your FF&E would fluctuate depending on what's programmed there, and we put a contingency. So you're talking about $1.5 million to renovate the space and get it ready for use. We took a look at operating costs as well. Again, this could fluctuate depending on the program and so forth, but it looks like it's about $36,000 a year based on conversations with our maintenance department. And that wraps up my presentation. We do, just for reference, we do have some design funds available that we could take maybe one of these options or a different option a little further into the design phase to get a little more feel for the project, as well as to advance the cost estimates a little further, just to put that out there. And we're just looking for conversation to have with the council about it. Thank you.
Great. Nice presentation. I want to acknowledge that Councilmember Bowdy was able to join us in the middle of that presentation. Who would like to begin with any questions or any thoughts about what we've just seen?
And I think just for
Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, followed by Councilmember Pender, please.
Thank you for the update. It's been a very interesting journey for the Pugh House. Not only has it crossed the road, but now it's at a crossroads of what we need to do next, correct?
Yes.
I've always been a proponent of this structure is a critical piece of our history, and we have little history left. We are removing the small mill houses that used to be in what is now our downtown, and so we have the historic Christian church, which the town owns and maintains. We have this structure, and there is a privately held historic structure along Church Street as well. But the majority of the older homes are either gone or they will be gone when the redevelopment is done. So for me, I'd like to keep the structure. The cost is a concern, of course, but I'd like somehow for us to use it for public use. I like the event venue idea the best. It's probably the most expensive. But I would ask, can we retain some of the historic framing of the house? For example, the stairwell is wood, and there's a lovely banister, and there's, that's one example of some of the structural things that maybe we don't have to take that out, and that is a cost saving. So what can we retain that will still meet code and safety that will help us reduce the cost of the renovation?
Yeah, so we certainly will be able to retain some of the historic elements. We have an architect that we've engaged with this process that's done a number of historic properties, very similar to the Pugh House throughout the Triangle region. So yeah, I think there's a number of elements that we could maintain. I think even, I don't know if it would be a cost savings per se, because they might need some renovation or some upgrade and stuff like that, but we certainly would like to try to keep the character just like the outside has character. So yeah, I think that would certainly be part of the restoration process.
I'd like to hear what the other council members said, but that's high level where I am right now. That there's more details, I'm sure, that we need to kind of revisit and discuss.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
Yeah, so thank you for this presentation. I am so grateful to see options to keep the Pew House and not try to sell it. And I like how all three of these options don't necessarily preclude one from the other. You could, I'm leaning toward option number one with having like something, a display to dealing with our history in those rooms, similar to some of the displays we have out in Town Hall. But that being said, I think you could still use that space as an event space at the same time. So I would like to see option one and option three combined, where you could do both uses without eliminating the other option.
Okay.
I did have one question. So for option two on the smokehouse, it says makerspace. What is that? What is meant by that?
I asked that question earlier today, actually. So in general, a makerspace could be almost like a little meeting space that maybe a group of people could come in and do some arts and crafts or something. It's like a flex space. I always saw that little building, to be honest with you, as maybe some additional storage or something of that nature. We would certainly have to provide a better access to it because you kind of like this tiny little staircase that gets to it now. But it needs a lot to be like a air conditioned space and all that. It's probably better as some mild adjustments to it and make it storage. But they offered it up as maker space or additional conference space, and I thought, okay, we can consider that.
What are the dimensions? I don't see it.
If I remember correctly, I've been out there a bunch. It's like 10 by 10, so like a tiny bedroom. It's not a big space.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I lean toward option one with still the ability to use it for events.
Okay.
Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Rao, please.
So thank you, Mark, for bringing this presentation to us tonight. And, you know, I'm going to repeat what I've said for many years. I have always wanted to keep this as an asset to the town of Morrisville. So I'm thrilled that we continue to go down that path. Of the three options you have here, you had mentioned town annex and office space, that it really would not be, it's really not big enough to help us in that effort. So I would just kind of eliminate option two. As far as an event space and renting out for meetings, we have the Christian Church now, and it's my impression, and you all can tell me if I'm wrong, but it's my impression that that's not heavily used. It's used for sure and rented out, but not heavily. So I'm not sure that we need kind of office space to rent out when we have the Christian Church. And if I'm wrong on that, you all can speak up. I do like the idea of somehow incorporating a heritage cultural center in this building. However, that kind of comes to fruition in the end. I will tell you, honestly, I'm leaning toward option three, and I know it says event venue, but I'm leaning toward option three because I think Councilmember Fender said it. If we could include the heritage portion in that. I like the idea that there's a kitchen, so that gives it some flexibility. So if I had to pick today, and if we had the money available today, I would lean toward option three. But I will tell you, I think we need to leave our options open at this point. We don't have the funding to move forward to actually renovate it, and I'm uncomfortable with spending money to go into some design and then not have the funding available to act on that design. I don't want to spend money on a design, have it sit on a shelf, and then we look for money. I would like, when you talk about next steps and where we head, I would like us to look into grants and other outside funding sources to help us, and then leave our options open to where that may lead. And I think we can, I'm just really happy we're going to keep it in our inventory and that we are eventually going to act on activating the building to some use. That I'm thrilled with that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Excellent. Councilmember Rao, followed by Councilmember Rabadi, please.
I like a hybrid of. I like option 3, like Councilmember Johnson. I think having an event venue that we could look at unique different groups. Something. It's. But I think combining it with cultural heritage, so making it something that it gives the town of Morrisville the ability to showcase history, even like small events for startups or lectures and things like that could be something that we could do in this cultural heritage center. I think also we used to do it in the past. We used to have lectures by Ernest Dollar, a historian who's done stuff from Morrisville, and then we kind of gotten away from that. And I think that could be a good way to draw people in, teaching Morrisville about the Pugh House, talking about the Shiloh history, which actually it was a very entrepreneurial journey. Many of the original founders of Shiloh were, tobacco farmers, and many of them led to a lot of the innovations in our agricultural system. So I think that combining these kind of things. So, leaning towards option 3, realize it's more expensive, but if there's a way we can combine, like Councilmember Fender said, and I think Councilmember Johnson was saying that, into some kind of a cultural heritage space, but / event venue, I think would be a good option.
Thanks.
Councilmember Rabadi, followed by myself.
If I didn't like you so much, I swear I would think that you brought this kind of stuff back just to make me unpopular.
I promise that's not the case.
So I appreciate all of the work that went into this presentation. I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the clear effort by the staff to make something from this house. It's like Councilmember Johnson said, every time this comes up, I think we just end up saying the same things, but I fundamentally disagree that the Pugh House is such an important historical landmark that we should put any of these ideas into production, because I think that, for example, I'm looking at option number 3, the event venue. I missed the first couple of slides, so it's possible that there's room for more parking or something. But if we're talking about an event venue with 11 parking spaces, I question the viability of that as an event space. If we're talking about a cultural or heritage center or a place to do lectures, or I think that what we're trying to do here is kind of retrofit, kind of squeeze in plans into the existing space that are not actually appropriate for that space. And I would be averse to spending the kind of money that we would have to spend to make this house viable as anything. And so that's where I am on this issue. And another thing is, this house, I'm hesitant to do renovations on my own house because it's over 20 years old. The person that owned it before did some work in the basement, and I don't know what's behind those walls, and I'm really reluctant to find out. And I think once you start pulling out walls in a house this old, like I've just seen this on so many construction projects where the money just balloons out of all proportion to what we thought it was going to be. So somebody mentioned that we could get a grant. If we can get a grant for the whole amount, then I would probably be in favor of the cultural center. But I think that I just feel like we have to just really ask ourselves if there is some other way that we could honor the artists that lived here, and without spending the kind of money that we're talking about spending to renovate a house into, I just question how useful any of the outcomes are going to be. I mean, we talked about, at one point we talked about an arts council in the house. I'm still highly in favor of that. I think that would kind of go along with option one, the cultural center. If we can get, and as I said, if we can get grants, I would be much more favorably inclined toward the project. But right now, I would have to be convinced of the viability of any of these options.
Thank you.
Thanks, sorry.
A lot of really good ideas have been shared. I really like the idea of having kind of history and heritage like along the walls as part of it, and then maybe moving it towards an event space at a future date. As was mentioned, I don't personally think we have the funds right now to do anything with this. This wouldn't be one of my highest priorities. So I'm in favor of essentially shelving it for now. I mean, you brought it back to us because we asked you to bring it back to us.
That's correct.
We've made one decision point with that. We don't want this to be a residence. We don't want to sell it.
Correct.
So I think it's fair to say that we're not exactly sure what we want to do with it yet. But these are some good options. But I think grants, I think we would definitely be supportive. What I've heard from most is that if we could get some external money to leverage and make it happen, and I think having an arts council in there that doesn't own it, but we own it, they can operate out of it, that might be a solution down the road. But I really like the hybrid idea of having an event space that's used. Unfortunately, it is a little small for office because of the parking. I think Councilmember Rabati makes a really good point. These other uses aren't really that viable unless we use that other long town-owned property and make some parking along President Upchurch, which is a possibility in the future. That's not cheap, but I'm not sure what else we're doing with that town parcel anyway. So I didn't really hear any direction to go forward or spend money on design. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we're looking to do that right now on any of these options. But
Sounds
hopefully,
good.
it sounds like two might be kind of eliminated.
Yes.
Unless someone speaks up. So we're funneling a little bit closer to where we want to go. And I'll recognize anyone else who wants to add some more thoughts. First, Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, two things. I mean, first, Mayor, I think you said, you made the comment that the council's not sure of what we want to do with this, which I think is unfair because we did all coalesce on cultural and, use it for event. So I think that is some direction, and we do have a vision of where we would like to see this. My other comments are, I am glad that Councilmember Rabati brought up the Arts Council idea again. I'm definitely in favor of that. And then lastly, I guess I just want to make comment on parking. I think we've really got to get out of this mindset of thinking that we cannot use a structure or that it has no viability simply because there's not a ton of parking smack dab in the immediate vicinity. What this is like Mark introduced this, this is part of the town center, which we're going to be talking about later tonight, and we're working toward having a walkable town center. So we should really keep in mind that we shouldn't be limited by whether we have parking within 5 feet of the front door. We should be thinking about there's going to be parking at the dog park, there's parking at town hall, we're building a parking structure. I mean, that when you go to downtown Raleigh, you do not expect, I mean, yeah, if it happens, it's nice, but when you go out to eat in downtown Raleigh or go to an event in downtown Raleigh, you do not expect that you're going to park smack dab in front of the restaurant that you're going to. You make plans, at least I do. I look for where the closest parking deck is, and I go there, and then I walk to where I'm going. And so we shouldn't define what function of a building or whether we move forward or not on a project based on whether there is parking. We really got to move past that paradigm and think more of, I mean, I'm sure we know how things are in European cities. People walk and take trains and ride a bike, and they inherently walk further than we do because they don't have parking every single place. So I know that is a long spiel too, but it's a valid point, not just for this project, but for other projects we've talked about. I mean, how much is that parking deck costing that we're going to build? People can use the parking deck and walk a quarter of a mile, half a mile, whatever it is. Yeah, in the dog park. Yep. So that's all I got. Thank you.
All those points are valid. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Johnson. Or Councilmember Johnson first. Whatever.
As long as Councilmember Johnson is okay with that. Thank you for the time. I would like to acknowledge that Mayor Pro Tem Garamella is not present, and I'm sure he does have a position to weigh in, and he would be here if he was not further detained outside the city. So before you try to close this, if you could leave it a little bit flexible for him to provide some insight to staff, that would be much appreciated. And I'd also like to say thank you, Councilmember Fender. I completely agree with the walkability, and we have a greenway. I mean, that wasn't mentioned, but it's there and accessible as well. Parking, we always think about parking because that's what the UDO has requested, but people can be mobile, those that are able to be mobile. So that this should not be a necessary restriction. I did want to add that my initial point about the historic significance of this building, I still firmly stand that we are losing the history of the town if we don't somehow create some sort of art or connection to the history of this, our town of Morrisville, because it's going to be gone very shortly. We are redeveloping, and part of our history is the current day as well. So some of the history that we look at 100 years from now, but we also look at what we are as a town today, and we should incorporate both of those elements. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So I agree with both Councilmember Scroggins Johnson and Councilmember Fender. I think we have a UDO that requires us to do a lot of parking, but I don't disagree with all the comments that you made. I think, there's a shift that maybe we need to all make, and that's okay. And you're right, we talk about being a walkable community, so to accommodate those that need handicap parking, and then the rest of us have a little bit of a walk, that, there's nothing wrong with that. But anyhow, that's a whole big discussion about the UDO too. I get all that. So I just want to echo this point that we did I think I heard us kind of come together around cultural heritage is important, and that needs to be incorporated in the building because of the cultural and historical significance of the building too. So we did come around that, and yeah, I did hear event venue was important. and here's the point I just want to echo all that, but here's the point I really want to make, Mark. I think we need to start looking for grants and outside funding or a partner who would partner with us to, either have a business here or I don't know what, or to help us with the renovation of the interior of the building. I'm open to all of that, and I'm open to the use of the building too, as we continue to have these conversations. But are we going to be able to do that? Or do we as a staff have the mechanism? Are we going to be able to kind of track some grants and do some research? And is that something that you all will be able to do once we leave this meeting?
Yes, we can. We have a group that spends, I think, all of their time looking for grants day in and day out, whether it be for this type of project or a road project or whatever type of project the town could use money for. So yes, we can and we will, and we did take that direction. I did write it down. And we will also look into potential partnership options for some of these things we talked about.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And if any of those come to fruition, we will be back to see you again.
Yeah, and that would be the next step, is if something comes of it. Otherwise, it might come up in our next budget discussions.
Yep, sounds great.
Was there anything else you want to share? You kind of summarized a little bit, but what else did you hear? I want to make sure.
I think I heard pretty good. I mean, there seems to be a consensus on, the type of use, maybe a heritage center, cultural center, event space. Looks like you want us to certainly look into some grant opportunities and maybe even a partnership opportunity for one of these venues. And, once we have some of the more of that ironed out, if some of that comes to fruition, we'll come back further. Otherwise, I guess we'll talk again at the budget conversations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We're now at item 10, which is public address. Town Clerk Spillane, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, sir, there is no one signed up to speak.
Okay, looks like we always give the opportunity for people who didn't sign up. If they wish to speak, they can approach the mic for up to 3 minutes. You'll be provided 3 minutes. To be fair and respectful of everyone's time, a timer is set, and when 3 minutes have lapsed, the buzzer will go off. I'll ask you to conclude your thoughts, and speakers and residents may also email council or the town clerk. So if you'd like to address this body, please do, and then first your name and your residential address for the record. Looks like we're going to have 2 speakers.
Good evening, Town Council, Mayor Thomas James Cawley, and distinguished staff members and citizens of Morrisville. I am here this evening to present some conceptual perspective that this Town Council may not have heard for a while, but something to think about. Let's say hypothetically, the median or average household income of Morrisville residents is something in the neighborhood of $80,000 to $90,000 per household. How many of you in your families or your neighbors or anyone you know has an increase in their income this past year of $14,000 above $80,000, jumping your annual income from $80,000 to $94,000? That's a huge increase, and I know no one who has had that kind of increased income to their personal finances. In fact, there's a lot of people still struggling after COVID, small businesses that were forced to close. My hairdresser in Morrisville had to live off her savings for an entire year. There, people are not getting huge raises year after year. So beyond what the budget that was approved, which jumped a whopping $8.7 million, that's 4 times what the average increase has been year after year. When I was on the budget committee with Jeannie over there, like 10 years ago, Morrisville's budget was $26 million. In recent years, it's been in the low $40 million, and and then you've had, this is the 3rd large increase in 5 years' time. So between Morrisville taxes and Wake County taxes, easily Morrisville residents are paying an extra $1,000 per year in property taxes since what I paid 6 years ago. Okay? That's a great way to make this town an unaffordable place to live. And when citizens, long-term citizens, former mayors, council members come and tell you this is too big an increase. You had a 3-cent increase that was voted in. In 2021, you had a 3.4-cent increase, and that was hardly noticeable because it was part of the property reassessment. So if you are interested in looking out for your constituents, the people of Morrisville, your goal here is not to be working for Apple Computers or the region, Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill. You don't serve them. It's the people who elected you, who live here, who you seem to be forcing out of their homes that they may have lived here all their lives. You really need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Michael Anderson at 1117 Foxglove Drive. Thank you very much for your time, council members, Mr. Mayor. When I was researching this, I was actually surprised how much land there was over there. Right now, Morrisville has a housing crisis. We've been building about 2.8% new housing year over year, but the population is growing about 3-point-something%. We have a shortfall. This is a great opportunity to be able to build some affordable housing, to be able to help people that are being priced out of the market. I mean, maybe it's not single-family detached housing, but I mean, could the city build apartments there and rent them out at a subsidy? I mean, something to help out normal people. And for the Pew House, I mean, I'm sure she was a phenomenal poet, but I think she would want to be able to help the people today, rather than just reserving all this land, just and keeping it empty in her name. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. If anyone else would like to speak, if you want to go up against the wall, you could be next in line.
Good evening, and thank you so much for providing me an opportunity today to just address the town council, and appreciate members of the community being here as well. I really enjoyed Mark's presentation on the Pew House, and so I thought I might offer up a couple of ideas around the Pew House just for your consideration before you close out the discussion. And I also appreciated everyone chiming in on where they'd like to see the Pew House go in terms of representing the community. I think all the ideas were very valid, and I wanted to offer a couple of more, just food for thought. Mark, maybe bring this back to consider it and do a little bit more research on some options. So I really love the Pew House also. I love where it sits. I love it right next to the train tracks, and there's so much history with the Pew House when it was in its original location, especially with the original owners and Mabel Pugh and her talent and her ability to actually promote women's rights, women in art, her ability to travel around the world and really break boundaries. So I wanted to offer up an opportunity maybe with the Pew House to generate another place where we could generate a spirit and a community where people could come and enjoy one another, get to know one another. So I like all the ideas that were presented. I think there could be an anchor here at the Pew House, and that anchor could be something like a coffee house that also offers some light fare. So you have a place to meet and gather and talk and get to know your neighbors, but then also addressing some of the needs that you all have already brought up. So meeting space, for example. This could definitely be accomplished, I believe, in the space that's already offered there. I also think that the idea around the cultural center, having a gallery along the walls, having space in the yard to have 3D sculptures, a place where families could have picnics, a place where people could come and join and relax and enjoy one another, enjoy music, enjoy the art that we could have generated, or we could attract artists to display their work. So it could be a space where not only Mabel Pugh's work could be displayed, but also local artists from North Carolina could have their work displayed as well. It would be a great backdrop for events, and I know a number of you have suggested that that would be ideal. There are a couple of ideas I had about funding sources. So along the lines of federal grants, state grants, yes, indeed, partnerships could certainly help, and donations that might come with partnerships or donations from private sources. I was wondering about nonprofits being able to donate to a public entity, and so I think that needs to be investigated a little bit, but the one idea around that might be to consider if the town would like to create a philanthropic arm, and that philanthropic arm would be able to get grants from private entities, I believe. That would have, I'm not an expert in that field, so someone would have to investigate that and do a little research. But I think having a coffee house or something like that as the anchor would provide an opportunity to generate more activity at this gallery and at this public meeting space.
Okay,
And my
thank you.
time is up, but I could go on. Thank you.
You can always send an email.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, did she say her name?
Yeah, she needs to say her name.
Okay. I believe that was Elizabeth Dan. Did you say your address? Can you- Patricia, if you could just say it, maybe. 109 Okay. 109 Calvesta. Thank you. Was there anyone else who wanted to speak? Okay. If you go ahead and sign the sheet, and then your name and residential address for the record.
Good evening. We are residents of Briar Point on Crimmon Parkway, and this is this young lady's daughter, who's our driver tonight.
I'm the Uber driver, so I'm here on their behalf.
So I think the Briar Point residents were here a couple weeks ago or so, but we're requesting bus service for a bus, city bus to pick us up, take us to different, places in the area using the city bus. One time, sometime ago, about 6 months ago, someone came to visit us and told us that there was a bus stop that would take us 8 minutes to walk there. We're talking about people 60 and over. Many of them with walkers and handicapped, and we were told that, oh, well, you have an 8-minute walk. So we're just now requesting that bus services can be available for Briar Point. I understand there is bus service going to Featherstone. I'm not familiar with someone talking about Featherstone, and perhaps that we may be able to have a bus service at Briar Point on Crimmon Parkway.
Excellent. If you could give us all your names, that would be helpful.
I'm Gloria Drew.
Okay.
Jen and Hannah.
Okay.
My name is Amber Enoch. I'm not a resident of Morrisville, I'm just on the behalf. But I did want to add also, there is a senior center, which you all know, in that Harris Teeter parking lot. And it's no reason why a bus can't take them a half a mile for activities. As many of them are not driving. So it wouldn't cost much. And they shouldn't have to take Uber to take a craft or do an exercise class or an activity.
Or we can make an appointment. I understand some Wake counties, one of them carried, you can make an appointment for a bus and they can pick you up and take you to your destination and bring you back. Just looking at some possibilities. Because many of the residents do not drive.
And there was shouldn't have to pay anything else to get across the street.
Wonderful, thank you. Appreciate the input. Just so everyone's clear, it's not a discussion, it's just a one-way. Staff hears, council hears, we take things under advisement. So thank you very much for coming out and letting us know. And as always, you can always send an email also to towncouncil@morrisvillenc.gov, including all your fellow residents if you wish to add more thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was there anyone else who was interested in addressing this body? Okay. Thank you very much. We always appreciate the input. Now we're scheduled to take a break, so we're going to take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 7:10, please. Thank you. Going to come back into session. Tonight we have 3 public hearings. The first is related to the 2/3 bond order. I'll invite Director of Management Services, Jeannie Hooks, to come forward to provide an update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, it's the formal introduction of the second reading of the 2/3 bond order. It's to give us the authority to tap into roughly $1.7 million for street improvements. This is a logistical part of the process that really began at your prior meeting. So you had your first reading. This is your second one. And following tonight, we're going to ask Council to conduct a public hearing, and we will capture and duly record any comments that are received in the order. And we'll also ask Council to close the public hearing tonight, and then we'll ask for an action, Mayor. Okay? Precinct. This time, you ready to open the public hearing, Mayor?
Yes. Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Town Clerk Spillane, is there anyone signed up to speak on this item?
No, we do not have any speakers on this item.
Did we receive any emails on this item?
No, we have not.
Okay. And just to circle back for public address, did we receive any emails for public address?
No.
Because I forgot to ask. Okay.
Nope,
good.
That's okay. Thank you.
Is there anyone here in the room who'd like to speak on this public hearing item for up to 3 minutes? Okay. Seeing none, does Council have any questions of staff before we contemplate closing the public hearing? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to close this public hearing. Councilmember Johnson?
I'll make a motion too, but first, Jeannie, can you just give us an idea of what was the debt that rolled off, just general?
So the debt that rolled off. So the calculation is really a calculation of our authority that we already have with an existing bond referendum that was voted by the people. So in our indebtedness, the amount that was sitting in 2023 was roughly $36 million in comparison to the indebtedness that we have currently now. This is total outstanding debt. The principal amount that sits today is about $33.7 million. So of that delta, that's $2.5 million that we really has been paid down in principal. And of that amount, we have the authority in GO bonds, because we have an outstanding authority that was voted by the people, to tap into what they call as an exception of utilizing 2/3 of what we paid down in outstanding indebtedness to be able to leverage for any of the 3 items that were on that bond referendum, which were streets, parks, and public safety. And in this case, we need some additional funds for streets. Does that answer your question?
That's good.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll make a motion. Sure. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Councilmember Scroggins Johnson to close the public hearing. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I would like that carries unanimously 6-0.
Yes.
Any questions before we take action, as on the screen? Okay, I'd entertain a motion. Anyone like to be recognized? I'll recognize Councilmember Johnson.
Make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-255-0 of the introduction of the bond order placed on its second reading, and to adopt the 2/3 GO bonds authorizing $1,710,000 to be used for street, sidewalk, and connectivity improvements.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Councilmember Scroggins Johnson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm sure our next 2 public hearings will go quite as quickly. Town Manager Brendan Zudema will come forward to facilitate the Town Center Development Agreement discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, thank you for time tonight to discuss the Town Center. We have a number of representatives with us. Some of those staff from SING and some of their contractors will be coming up to support this conversation with you. So what we'd like to accomplish tonight, I think first and foremost, not asking for a decision of any sort tonight. This is to some extent really an information gathering session for us to share information with you about the current cost estimate, about what some alternates or even some value engineering might look like if you feel that we need to bring that cost down from the current estimate. We'll talk about that. And then we'll walk you through what some of those alternates are. Again, no decisions tonight, but interest in if there's consensus around, yes, that could be pulled out for now, maybe come back later, or no, that really needs to stay. That will help better guide us and the team as to how we ultimately come back to you, ideally on August 13th, with perhaps some options of you could remove this and here's how we'd fund it, but some options there. So Singh and some of the other staff with Clearscapes will walk you through that, be looking again for any feedback you may have on that. Nothing definitive, but helping us shape something to bring back to you. Once we get through that, we'll then turn it over to Jeannie. And so Jeannie will come up and talk to you about where we might aim for in terms of a project cost, and where that money would come from, what the impact might be of that in terms of, we've got other projects going on that we've talked about. We also have, want to make sure that we're sharing in transparency with you and the community what, if any, impact there is on debt capacity, debt model, and that sort of thing. So we'll show you some options of where that funding might come from and how that might be accomplished. I'm going to do a very quick run through of some of the reasons that we're authorized to and why we would want to do a public-private partnership. I know that you have heard this, but we may have some members in the audience or watching the meeting that might be interested in, how did we get to this point? So I'm just going to go fairly quickly through some of that. Again, the North Carolina General Statute authorizes development agreements, and some of the highlights here are what Frank has shared previously with PZB, and I would mention for you. The General Assembly basically recognizes that these development of projects often occur in multiple phases. And then because of their scale and duration, projects often require careful coordination of public capital along with private investment and private development, so we're working on that. And then again, the private capital, which developers usually unwilling to risk without sufficient assurances that certain development standards are in place, and that's what we're providing through the development agreement that you'll also ultimately be asked to approve once we work through what the finances look like. Also would remind you that the value of a private partnership is these are some of the amenities that we're going to see because of this public-private partnership that we would not be able to see on our own, might not be able to afford on our own. And they include the town green, a small pocket park along Carolina, an amphitheater with a stage, cottage or boutique retail, an expanded area for the farmers market, residential units with ground level retail, and again, a parking deck that includes community spaces to provide access to those amenities. And Eric Thomas is here with DFI. I told him I'd take a quick stab at it, but if you have any questions, he can certainly answer those. But in the interest of moving through this, again, we're not capable of, nor do we want to be executing commercial development. That's not really the role of a town. We don't want to get into that. We don't really have the capacity to get into that. But a PPP also ensures that our interests are at the forefront of a development project where they wouldn't be if we were just asking someone to build things for us. And again, it allowed us, as you know, to select a preferred partner in Singh Development, who have continually, since their first presentation, demonstrated what a good partner they are for this project. Again, it's critical to realizing this vision. The coordinated development between us and Singh allows for quicker and more efficient delivery of that development than we would see on our own. And a private developer can also support key infrastructure pieces, in this case, particularly a parking deck that will have to help to activate this area. Again, for the audience, this really goes back to 2007 when council adopted the town center policy and the vision for town center. You all renewed that in 2020. You also adopted your town center policy. For anyone interested, that's attached as to this item in the agenda. And then February 21, you adopted the land use plan, which includes the town center sub area. You issued the RFP in February of 21 for phase 1, and in September of 21, you selected Sing as our partner. We began to put surveys out. Again, we've done a lot of outreach with the community to try to get their feedback on what would like to be seen here, what would activate this space, what would bring them to this space. And we've done that through open houses and surveys and community events and other things. Then in 2023, we provided an overview to, again, through updates through the public, also through some speaking events at State of Morrisville. And we've kept some of our different committees up to speed on this. And then in May 2023, you signed a pre-development agreement with Sing. That was the first commitment of finances to this project. Up to that, it was really sort of a gentleman's agreement to work together based on an MOU. So this provided some funds to do the pre-development work to have us where we are today or soon after today to be ready to start work on a site plan and get this project coming out of the ground. Again, in October 23, the Main Street Plan Development rezoning, which was required for this, was presented to PZB. And then in October, we shared them the information about that. And then in November, they supported that rezoning 5-0 or 5-0. January 2024, you approved the rezoning of these properties as well. And then throughout 24, we've been sharing information with you about the different amenities. Clearscapes has given you a lot of pictures and images to understand what this would look like. And then earlier this month, PZB endorsed the development agreement by a 4-1 vote. So we're now with you ultimately seeking approval of that development agreement in late August. Again, for the audience, the development agreement represents the formal legal agreement and the contract between the town and Sing so that this project can be constructed. It includes a current cost estimate, and that cost estimate is a pre-construction estimate done by Bobbitt that was completed in June of this year. So it's a current based on the concept provided estimate. And again, the development agreement is not the final design document. That will continue to evolve as you provide with us feedback and as we start to go into, actually construction and as we see things that may or may not need to change or evolve. And it's also not the final cost document. That will also evolve over time, particularly through our next 2 or 3 conversations. And again, that development agreement that you will be asked to approve in August includes the legal requirements, the responsibilities for both us and Sing, the design and construction requirements. Again, one of the benefits of this public-private partnership and this development agreement is council can largely dictate what comes into this development, whereas if it was a standalone construction, we might not be able to do that. Again, just some highlights of what our responsibilities are. We'll be going to LGC, the local government commission, to get approval from them because we're using bond funds and the development agreement goes for more than 5 years. We have agreed to provide at least 4 events per quarter at the town green that will draw 500 people or more. That helps to activate the space, which helps bring people to the retail, which makes the whole project successful. We will be paying Sing a 4% project management fee to manage this. And for us, that includes the town green, the pocket park, or what's been referred to as a retail plaza on Carolina Street, and then all the infrastructure for this project, including roads, sidewalks, and utilities. A note on that is there will not be any bond funds used to pay that management fee. We'll intend to largely pay that out of the funds we're receiving for the sale of the land, and Jeannie will speak a little bit more to that in a few minutes. So right now, based on the current construction estimate, our payment to Sing would be approximately $780,000 for that project management. And again, Eric and the staff of DFI have confirmed that 4% is a fair market rate for this type of management. So Sing, again, will manage the construction project. They'll manage all the contractors and subcontractors, and they'll process all invoices to be submitted to the town for approval. That is advantageous to us because there's no unexpected conflicts. If we were doing a project and they were doing a project, we might not know who's doing what when. Greater flexibility in adjusting schedules because it's one project manager. Cost savings, fewer coordination meetings, and of course, a more efficient management of the process overall. And again, the town, while not directly responsible for project meeting, will stay directly involved with regular meetings and updates on how the project is going to ensure that our interests are maintained throughout construction. Sing has agreed to construct the parking deck, provide the town a minimum of 80 leased spaces at $100 per space per month. Based on their current design, we believe we can get 100 spaces in that deck that'll be available for community use. They're going to lease us town office space in the retail adjacent to the library on Carolina, tentatively planned for Parks and Rec admin. That could change over time, but that's the plan right now. And then once they build the green, they're going to donate that back to the town at no additional cost. And then Sing will be responsible for paying DFI their fee for consulting on the project. So real quickly, the current pre-construction cost estimate is about $20.2 million. That includes our 4% project management fee. So when the Sing team comes up in a few minutes, they will be talking about $19.4 million in construction costs. That's just without the 4%, because that's not their cost, that's ours. So they're talking about 19.4 because that's the estimate to build it, and then we need to spend the 20.2 with the management fee on top of that. So don't let those numbers confuse you as to which is which, and we'll continue to clarify that for you. Again, we're not going to pay all of this at the start. We also are not going to require an additional tax increase to do this. Jeannie, again, is going to show you how this can be done with some existing funds and some bond money as well. And then based on the current cost estimate right now, we anticipate that we'll pay approximately the first $5 million in FY25 after breaking ground sometime in the spring of 25. And then in FY26, a little over $15 million for the completion of the project. For the big picture, Sing, again, is paying for the multifamily, the retail, the parking deck, and commercial space. And that estimate right now is $85 million for their part of the project. Again, ours is 20.2, so that leaves us at about 19% of the total project cost of over $105 million. Again, I already sort of covered this. Sing is going to give you some a pre-construction estimate. Sing and our staff will discuss potential alternates. Right now, from the 20.2, our consensus as a group working on this project is that the majority of the scope can be maintained at 18 million. There are things that could come out. You may not want all of them to come out, but they could, to bring it down to 18. We also believe that going below 18 really starts to impact the scope of what you've identified as important in this project. And then we would not recommend considering below 16, certainly, because that really removes meaningful components of the scope. And again, Jeannie is going to talk to you about a recommended funding model. So before I bring Sing up, where we are today, this month, submitting the development agreement, ideally town council review this month and through August. Local government commission will get a review of this in August. We are seeking town council approval ideally at the end of August. That could certainly go into a 1st September meeting, depending on how our discussions progress. And then starting probably in October, we could see site plan submittal and approval over the course of the next probably 4 to 6 months, and then a spring 2025 groundbreaking at the site. Any questions on that? Okay, again, thank you for your time, but I thought it was important we provide some overview for folks that might be new to the project. Bianca, if you can then switch to the Sing presentation, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Council members. I'm Todd Rankin with Sing Development Company, and among other members of our team are Fred Belladin with Clearscapes and Matt Roebuck with Bobbitt Construction. So thank you for allowing us to present our findings on costs based on the design that we've been presenting to you over the last several months. And Fred is going to be going through the presentation, speaking through each one of the, we've kind of coined them as cost centers, but amenities, and with each associated costs with each one of those, so that we kind of look at each little piece along the way. And then at the end, we also have some value engineers, some cost reductions that town manager mentioned earlier, so that we will be presenting those at the very end. And what we would like to do is, as we go through each slide and each one of these cost centers with the associated costs that we found so far, we would like to maybe get some input on those as we go, because we thought if we got to the end, it might be a little too difficult to back up and might just make the discussion flow a little bit better. So with that, I think I'll hand it over to Fred. Thank you.
Good evening. And start by offering, there are a number of information-rich slides, for lack of a better turn of phrase. So as Todd alluded to, we are happy to take any questions at the pleasure of council as we proceed to make sure that all of the information is clearly presented and understood. As Brandon spoke to, the overall construction cost is $19.4 million, which is less than the $22.2 million considered for pre-construction. But this number is the basis for the cost components and for the VE options that we're going to review tonight. As Todd alluded to, we tried to break this down into what we're calling cost centers, so you can see different components of that overall $19.4 million budget and how it adds up. As you can see on the color-coded diagram here, the infrastructure kind of represents the park itself with utilities and grading. Really, it's the open space, paving, everything that you see in green. The streetscape represents the areas in blue. This would be the pedestrian sidewalks, the street, the vehicular street itself, as well as the parking areas. The park in green in the center, the art and water feature is the component that y'all requested up towards the north end of the park. The stage structure itself is in orange. The restroom building in pink to the right, which serves both the park and the cottages. The support building, which is in the dark green down at the south end of the site, which also includes the education garden. And then finally, to the north of the park in the orange area is that Pocket Park Retail Plaza area supporting the library and the multi-use building. We are going to run through each of these cost centers individually so you have a sense of how much of the total $19.4 million budget it represents and how it really breaks out. So the Block C infrastructure number is predominantly composed of the earthwork. This is all of the major grading for the site, as well as all the utility work for the site. So that would include the electrical, the domestic water, and the sanitary sewer components of it. And with each of these numbers, you'll see that we've got contingency and escalation numbers built in. So these are relatively conservative numbers that we're working with. Any questions on this first slide? This slide represents the overall streetscape component. So what this is including, again, is the sidewalks, the vehicular driving area, street trees. This represents a mix of different paving types, ranging from asphalt to concrete to different paver assemblies to support both pedestrian and vehicular traffic. This slide represents the park itself. So again, this would include the playground, it's the general park finishes, park signage, and then also to the right, at the north of the parking lot here is a trash and storage enclosure that we'll talk about in a little more detail. This component is the combined art and water feature that we've discussed multiple times. And this cost that you're seeing here is consistent with the numbers that we've discussed throughout the process to date. This component is the stage structure. Of that $1.5 million cost, roughly half of that is for the actual structure. Roughly half of that is for theater and lighting package, which we will also talk about in more detail. This is the restroom building, and this is all of the combined restrooms and janitorial service to serve the park, and the janitor spaces for the restroom itself. This also includes some provisions for some interactive signage, benches, and other wayfinding components. Block C support building is the building down adjacent to the stage. What this includes is a green room to support use of the stage for live performances and events. It includes some ancillary storage for the stage, for components and equipment used for performances, and it also includes support space and the community garden itself. And then this represents the area, the public space surrounding the multi-use residential building. The multi-use residential rendering is up in the right, and you can see the plaza in the foreground in that view. So this includes both that retail plaza as well as the community space that links the library to the multi-purpose building. So that's a lot of information in a short amount of time. Would anyone like to go through any of those slides in more detail before we look at some other cost options?
I think we're
You're good?
moving along.
All right. Endeavoring to be helpful, we kind of looked at 4 tiers of potential cost savings options for the project. Tier 1 are basically options that we think can bring some cost savings to the project and have minimal or very little impact on the overall experience of the park. Tier 2, what we're calling the deferred scope, represents options that are definitely, we think, impactful and memorable, but they are conveniently standalone options. And by that, I mean they're relatively easy to construct at any point down the road if you wanted to consider something like a phased project to reduce costs up front. Tier 3 for potential scope reduction represents some impact to the project, but we think that these are impacts where we can adjust some of the memorable features but retain their significance and their importance to the overall park. And then finally, Tier 4 are projects if we need to dip into, or options if we need to dip into. These aren't recommended in that these would have a pretty significant impact to the park in terms of experience and or in terms of operations. Does that help to kind of understand the overall framework? And obviously, I think there may be some different perspectives on where different options may go, and that's really the purpose of the conversation this evening. All right, Tier 1. So these represent, again, options that we think are good potential cost savings to the overall project that do not have a significant impact on visitor experience, quality, or operation of the park. So item number 1 is really the thought process regarding the theater package. And we talked about this some during the work sessions. The overall $19.4 million budget includes $750,000 worth of theater equipment. That's the actual speakers, lights, things that would support a performance. This option is considering deferring the purchase of the actual speakers, lighting, and boards, retaining the infrastructure, i.e. Ways to plug in equipment into the stage, which would allow equipment to be rented on an event-by-event basis and or provided by touring bands when they come here. So it's basically a shuffling of cost to some rental cost for the time being, and then depending on how your program grows, you could always choose to purchase permanent equipment down the road. And that model is similar, for instance, to how Midtown Amphitheater at North Hills operates. Okay.
Okay, so I think we have a couple questions at
Absolutely.
this point. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Rabati, and then me.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I can tell that there's a lot of thought and consideration for what we've discussed previously. I remember trying to look at the streetscape and make some very impactful decisions. My question about the Tier 1 recommendations, I understand that the theater package does have a lot of cost savings. I mean, and it's kind of a la carte. We're not going to have events every single day. We're not going to need that equipment every single day. And it will be exposed to the elements every single day. So there's a little bit of trade-off. The town is committed to 4 events in that space a year at minimum in order to make it viable. Is there an estimate of what potential rental costs would be for that audio equipment for an average event so that we would understand the operating costs, because it would become from a capital cost shifting to an operating cost that would be recurring every year until we decided to either never, fund the audio or fund it at a later date.
It's a fantastic question. I do not have specific rental information tonight because the rental cost will vary depending on the equipment needs for a particular event. But for the next time we meet, we can certainly pull together some representative examples of rental costs for you to compare that relative to the potential cost savings to be considered.
That would be wonderful. Example events that we have in that space might be movies in the park, could be a band for some of our events. It could be some dancers. We've had each of those type of activities on a stage, if you will, in our past events. So examples like that would be helpful to me, and I'm sure to the rest of the council. And then the other comment I have is regarding the M inlay. It's only $35,000, and in comparison to the AV equipment, it is kind of smaller, but it gives a sense of place.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would like to hold on to that, because of the sense of place, but this is the beginning of the discussion, right? So, but my thought is, this is our downtown. We need to keep reminding people where they are, the murals, the art, the mist, the M, anything that we can do to kind of remind people of that sense of place. And then with the retail plaza, the shifting of the materials, it seems logical. I also think about how do we maintain the granite landscape curb over time. That might be more expensive from an operational, than what's recommended with the stone. So just understanding from a capital, we're saving, but if we are also saving down the road with operational maintenance, that's a win-win. Thank you.
Councilmember Rabati, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to co-sign everything Councilmember Scroggins Johnson just said. She covered everything I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. I just have a question about the AV. My first thought was that, okay, it was going to be $1 million, but we're saving $750 by only doing a little bit. But you're saying we're just having the plugs. We're not having any capability at all.
You would be having the infrastructure to support plug-in lighting and sound, but you would have, let's call it architectural lighting for the canopy, but you would not have performance lighting. Those would be on an event-by-event basis.
So I'd be interested in some kind of just
in between.
Well, just something really low level. I mean, to do just movies and things like that, and just basic. I think every stage could probably have some basic. That's not going to get in the way of the bells and whistles that we're hoping to have in the future. So I would like to have at least something.
Okay.
And it's a discussion. So I'd love to see what that would come back as. Saving $750 is very important because we have to reach a certain number. So I was hoping that there was still something that we were saving. We weren't just eliminating. So I just wanted to share that.
Okay.
So if there's some kind of basic thing that's not just plugs for future, but actually we can provide some kind of sound and lighting, that would be helpful.
We'll work to provide the 750 basically includes the speaker and soundboards, the lighting and light boards, and it also includes the projection capability. So we will look at ways to break out the projection maybe as a standalone number with some limited speaker arrays with that, and then we'll look to see if there are any more modest light and sound options so we can try to give you a menu to work from.
That would help me a lot. Everything else I'd be fine with your recommendation of making everything else go away. I like the M, and it is very small, so if that's able to stay in, great, but I'm okay either way on that. So
okay.
That's kind of my feedback on the tier 1. Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
Yes, a couple questions on number 3, Block A Retail Plaza. Do you have a slide where you can point to these 3 items, like what area it affects. And the top 2 have the same description. So what's the difference there?
This is where I know enough to be dangerous.
Okay.
Knows and Matt and Todd know enough to be helpful.
Because, well, that the retail plaza is not shown on that particular slide.
It actually is shown, but it's on the top left. It is a little difficult to see, but that is the, yeah, there you go. That green area is the area that we would scale back. So this entire area that goes across Carolina Street here, and then it actually shoots up to the side of the library is all of what is priced out right now is the Pocket Park. And right now, as designed, it's 100% pavers on a concrete base to ensure long-term durability without things heaving. So the first item there, the cost savings of $82,000, would be to scale back the concrete base, and it would be on an aggregate base as normal pavers may be on an aggregate base. So that's the first cost option. The second is $60,000, and that is, yeah, I'm just rereading this to make sure I say it right. It's provide plaza pavers on aggregate base in lieu of concrete base. Yes, that's for the Pocket Park.
So that, to help clarify, that would be this area you're seeing in white
Yes,
here.
correct. That's correct. And then the granite landscape curb is in that entire area, in that whole Pocket Park, because there are steps and there are landscape areas with curbs. So that would all go to a more standard concrete curb or stone curb rather than the granite curb. Does that help to clarify?
Some. Have you guys previously shown us a sketch of that area where it depicts those particular features?
We
I mean,
have.
I hate to say, okay, I'm good with eliminating it without even seeing specifically what we're talking about.
Right. So this is the area in here in green. This is the whole Pocket Park area. And you can see on the rendering here where there are landscape areas and this is all pavers. And so because of some grade changes, it is higher along Foxglove Street and it kind of steps down as you go along Carolina Street towards Town Hall Drive. The grade steps down. So there are some landscape walls and retaining walls, some smaller retaining walls to make that grade transition. But this is that area in here. And then to go back to this slide here, what we would propose is that the area in between the library and the residential building, and then this section along Carolina would stay pavers, and the green would go to just more of a standard concrete finish.
So back on that sketch, where is the granite landscape curve?
That we do not have a specific layout for that on this presentation, but we do have a more detailed drawing that this was taken from. So those smaller curbs are in and around this area here, as there are some transitions and landscape areas. You can kind of see along here, there are some areas that you can kind of see that are landscape areas, and in here, so that's where those curbs would be located. It's a more of a pedestrian curb than any kind of like a vehicular curb.
Okay. Going back to the aggregate, what's the downside of using the aggregate as a base as opposed to a concrete base?
It's just a concrete base is going to give you more long-term stability for any heaving of the ground and keep the pavers flatter for longer. aggregate base, if installed extremely well and moisture, or not moisture, but if the groundwater slopes away enough and it doesn't pool, it will hold up longer. So we can be more diligent with the aggregate base installation and under drainage for that. But concrete base just ensures a longer lifespan.
Okay.
And we can bring to the next meeting, we could bring a more detailed image of where those curbs were that you were asking about.
Yeah, it'd be helpful to see that. I guess, based on what you are describing now, I would not be in favor of going with those cost savings in particular, or the M inlay. That's all I have. Thanks.
Councilmember Johnson, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, please.
So I like all that Councilmember Scroggins Johnson asked to come back. I think with that, I'd like to know from our staff how we handle those expenses today, because we have concerts and movies in the park, and we don't have a stage and we don't have AV equipment. So we are, I don't know whether we're incurring those costs. The bands that come here, do they, but I'm sure that's in the contract too somehow. So I'd like to understand what our current, we don't, you can do it tonight or we can do it the next time when you come back with all the information. That would be fine, but I'd like to know that too. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And as far as everything on this list, I'm inclined to agree with everything here, only because I'm having trouble agreeing with some of the other items on the other on the future slides that we're going to look at. So I've got to land somewhere, so I'm landing here with I'm good with letting this go with the options that you have here and with the future investment to come. So
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Rao.
Thanks, Mayor. I think I'm just joining, so do you want to ask conflict of interest? I just wanted to say I don't have any before I even started. My question is, I see a lot of like a contingency wrapped around each and every a la carte that has been put in there. That's almost to the north of $2 million. And we are then trying to reduce some of it. How much are we firm that these prices are going to stick to the original without a consistency, without contingency? Because for us, $2 million is a good amount that I would like to see if it can be utilized for the ones that we are dropping. And the second question is about the lights, and the audio equipment. I just want to have a clear understanding. The light hookups and the audio is only related to the stage, but not undermining any of the landscape lighting around the entire park.
That is correct. The savings that is offered or to be considered on this slide is only for theater lighting, sound, and projection equipment. It does not impact any other site or ambient lighting throughout the park.
Okay. And then how confident are we with the pricing? Because we have padded close to north of $2 million of contingency in there.
I was going to say, I think Bobbitt has done a very detailed job going through drawings, and we've had a lot of discussion. So we're pretty confident, or very confident, that we have the scope accurately captured. And also related to your question, if you look back at some of these earlier slides where we break out each cost center, you'll see that each one has a contingency and escalation number. So we are building in some additional flexibility for unforeseen circumstances that may occur within the market or as the design develops if we run into other issues. So I think it's fair to say that these numbers are conservative. Obviously, the hope would be that we're able to beat the numbers that we're showing in this slide, but we want to be conservative and realistic given the current construction market.
And absolutely, I think you and I'll tell Avi, better keep it under the price. But my only question is, if it is, at what time do we know that you are keeping to the price that you have quoted minus the contingency, so that at least at that time we can activate what needs to be added or the ones that we have removed? So at some point, will we get regular updates to the staff? I'm sure, those go back and forth between you all, but I just wanted to know the life cycle of it. Are we in target, or are we slipping, or if we are under target, then what can we add into it?
So I think if the question is when will we have hard construction numbers, that typically occurs at the completion of construction documents, when you can have a fully built out design where they can bid with takeoffs of every single item and component within the project.
And when do we anticipate that to be coming to us?
So I think that depends on how these next couple conversations go.
Okay, so because in the start I heard Brandon talking about fall of 2025 we'll be breaking ground. So I just wanted to approximate, because by what time, is it like later winter time we'll come to know, or the construction drawing? So, but I can get that number later, but I just wanted to understand.
So I can speak to that a little bit. Fred is correct that we would need to get through these couple of conversations to really lock in the design, because what we have is, this is a rough area of magnitude cost that Bobbitt has done. He's reached out to trades and done some estimating based on the design development drawings, so that we had an idea of where all of these costs were going to fall, to see where we landed with the overall cost and what we may need to cut and what we didn't want to, the whole premise of why we're here. So once we lock in what we are okay with and what we need to make changes to, then the team will march ahead on construction plans. It is our intent, as Town Manager Zudema pointed out earlier, that we would like to be in for site plan approval this fall, which is, generally speaking, site plan approval is call it your flat surfaces, your civil engineering. So all of your infrastructure, your grading, your utilities, your building placement, and along with that will come building elevations for the most part. But then at that same time, we will be working on the construction plans for all the vertical elements. And then we will be working with Bobbitt along the way during the construction document phase for both the civil engineering as well as the architecture, to help price out and make sure that we're staying on point to the numbers that we're presenting right now in this rough area of magnitude around. And then we can update you along the way. But it's really not until we have the finished construction documents that hard numbers are locked in. But we will work with Bobbitt along the way to make sure that what we're doing, selections we're making, are staying on budget to what we present and agree to here at the end of this process of where you ultimately vote on where we're going to be for a ROM number to move forward. Does that all make sense?
No, makes perfect sense. The only thing I wanted a clarification, when you are doing the site plan, are you also giving the site plan for your apartments too, as a whole of one site kind of a thing, or is it like a different site plans for the park and yours is different? Because I don't know how this whole project is going to be played out.
Yes, the multifamily apartment project is actually a little bit ahead of the park. We are in for site plan approval right now for those. It's in, we have not received our first round of comments, but we're a little bit further along. We are also tracking for a spring construction start for our project as well. So the two would start roughly the same time period. But they are two separate submittals.
Okay, perfect. That's all I wanted to do. Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Rao, please.
I'm fine with deferring the costs for just the basic infrastructure. I think as long as we're looking for, other options, as the mayor said, to have some basic things that we can do, basic events. I think, following up on Mayor Pro Tem Garamella's comments, I think the only concern I have, and I think we've been through so many situations where we approve agreements for development, and then because of, particularly during the recent times of cost rises and inflationary pricing, you come back, the pricing goes up a few percent, and then whatever money that we've saved might be gone. So I just think if we can monitor that situation. I have some high-level ideas, but I'm going to say that, to the part where the manager is going to be presenting about, or the staff's going to be presenting about funding and financing, because I think we have some things I think that we can get fairly innovative with, just things that we can do to maybe lower the costs through grants and different programs. But I'll leave those questions to the next part of the presentation. But just wanted to say that for the record.
Okay. So everyone's had shared their thoughts about these tier 1 options. Can you circle back? What have you heard? Okay. And how much money have we tentatively said we're saving for the August 13th, just so we're on the same page?
Please feel free to correct what we believe we've heard.
That's why we're here.
So I believe we've heard that there may or may not be some interest in the lighting and theater equipment package savings, but we would like to see if there are any step downs in that, and we would like to understand what the rental costs are to offset those, so you have a more complete picture to understand the value of that $750,000 or a portion of that $750,000 within the overall context of potential cost savings. Does that sound correct?
I think that line item is correct, yep.
The M, I've heard a little bit of both, but this is an easy one to carry forward for discussion for the next time, again, because it's a relatively standalone piece. And the paving, I believe we've heard a little bit of both. And one thing we did want to offer, perhaps for clarification, and I'll invite Matt or Todd to speak to this, is from the architect's perspective, putting concrete under pavers in vehicular conditions is of great importance. Putting concrete under pedestrian paving conditions may have less of a return on investment, but I want to invite Matt and Todd to weigh in on that.
From an architectural standpoint, I agree. I think that there's going to be less weight distribution, that vehicular matter brings versus just pedestrian. But you do have elements of, just heating and cooling. You could have a colder winter where there's more freezing events that play havoc. But Fred is correct that with pedestrian areas, you have a little bit less of a concern with the concrete base than you do in vehicular areas. That's true. And Matt, you can maybe speak as well.
Yeah, no, I concur. I've seen other projects with pedestrian, the aggregate base is pretty standard, but definitely vehicular, we would recommend concrete base.
And one thing I would like to clarify, I got a little bit ahead of myself and misspoke. The two first lines under item 3 there, the cost savings for 82 and cost savings for 60, there are two different areas of pavers we would be proposing to switch from concrete to aggregate base. So to Councilmember Fender's point, I think a drawing illustrating that would be better for the next meeting. The reduction of pavers to concrete finish is in a later tier that we'll show you in just a minute here.
To be clear, both of those lines, though, are for pedestrians. Neither of those are for...
I do believe that one of those is for vehicular, and it's the small area that leads up into this area here that is rated for fire truck access in an event that a fire truck would need to pull onto here. So there are two different areas, but really for the most part, it's pedestrian, but there's a little bit of possibility that there could be other trucks pulling into a portion of this. That's why we broke it out into two separate areas.
Okay, thank you.
And I think as we we move ahead to the next slide, there are obviously a lot of different valid perspectives on what's important. And I think part of our goal with putting this range out is to help tease out what the consensus priorities are. Because to be clear, for the most part, we don't think there are any single right answers or wrong answers for the most part, but they all come with different trade-offs. This is the tier 2, and this is what we were calling the deferred options. So to be clear, with this, we in no way mean to suggest that the items we're showing here are not impactful and important to the park. We are only singling these items out because they are relatively standalone pieces that would allow sort of a phased approach with some pieces added at a later date, if that helps with your financial modeling for the project. So would you like me to go through these items, or is everybody familiar with these from your?
I think we're probably familiar with them.
Okay.
Recognize Councilmember Johnson, followed by Fender, Nevada, and Johnson. So I think we're ready to talk.
So in your introductory remarks and talking about the various aspects of this project, I was able to follow along. So if I misinterpret one of these areas, please don't, stop me. This one is harder for me than the first one because it goes to values and values that we want for the town, values that I think are important when we're looking at the investment, and value to the public, and what is going to be most impactful to the public and their vision of downtown and their use of the downtown area. So with that, I will share that I think the sign is very, very important. This sign is on the Town Hall Drive portion of it. Now, we have a lot of traffic every day going down Town Hall, going down Morrisville Carpenter, and for them to be welcomed and understand this is our downtown district is of high value to me as a council member, but it's also, it's showing the whole world that this is our downtown. So that sense of place, I could give up the M if I could keep the sign. So that's my thinking, is how do we create that statement about the downtown. The trash enclosure, I think this is important, and I'll explain. We need to have storage on site for our public works. It's going to be very difficult for them to bring in equipment from another nearby site. If they have to go back all the way to their facility, it is quite a traffic issue as well. So I would like to see us invest in local storage so that they can do what they need to do, and we can keep it all secure and be very responsive as needed for that area as well. So I really value that aspect. The electronic signage, it's not as important to me. We could make do with some non-electronic signage of some sort. We could modify or shrink that, but that could be activated later. Support building, I would love to see the support building because we do have events involving food. We have breakfast at the fire station, which is nearby, and we have the community, Morrisville and so forth like that. So that could be added later, but it is an important community aspect to us, is have an outdoor kitchen available.
So also to be clear with that, it is not a full food prep kitchen that is contemplated at this time. It's kind of a provision that supports the guard. So I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Right.
If we're looking at a catering type kitchen, that would be a
Oh,
different
no,
scenario.
no. I mean, when you have a pancake breakfast, you don't have a full kitchen either. So it can be adapted. Let's see. The restroom building, eliminate the steel screen. It doesn't, we typically have standards where we have brick, so that is, I'm not upset that that would be eliminated. I think it would be acceptable. But number 6, I think, is very important. Just as important as the sign is, the playground is important, because it's very public facing. We have a lot of young families. We want them to spend time in the downtown for free play as well as complimentary event activities. So to me, I would like to see the playground there on day one. So those are just my thoughts. I'd love to hear the rest of the council. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Pender, followed by Councilmember Rabati, please.
So help me understand what the steel screen is.
The steel screen is actually facing Foxglove, so it's kind of an integrated screen that supports the electronic signage or art, as well as a bench. So it just kind of helps to activate the public side on Foxglove Avenue.
On the side of the restroom building? Okay. I guess I still don't quite understand what that is, or I can't picture it.
So I think with some of these, it may be helpful, we can bring the images back to the next meeting to understand how it works. So
Yeah. Okay. Given that, I definitely agree with Councilmember Starkins Johnson on I would like to keep the sign and the playground. I do think the playground is important to have that from the start. The other items I could agree with those being deferred to a later date. That's it.
Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
If I may just for a second intervene for the clarity on the playground equipment. So this cost, the cost savings of 112,000, that was reducing the amount of equipment in the park. We would still have a park, the surface would still be there, some of the equipment would be there, but we just kind of threw a little bit of a dart and reduced it by a certain percentage. So there would be some, but it just would not be the full playground equipment that we've shown to you previously. So there would be some at the start. But the rest of it could very easily be purchased later date if some funds became available to just purchase the equipment and then place it.
It would be helpful to know, like, in what way, what's being reduced or eliminated.
Yes. Yeah, we
to be
can,
able to say yes or no.
we can get more specific on the items that we would propose keeping and reducing at this point.
Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
I can say right now that I don't want to start value engineering the playgrounds. I very strongly feel that if we want this to be a destination for families with kids, the more free opportunities for things to do there. I mean, that saved my life when I was a mother of 5 young kids, and I don't want to start value engineering the playgrounds. I feel the exact same way about the sign. I want to keep the sign. To be honest with you, I don't think I understood that we were going to have electronic signage, and I'm not a fan of electronic signage under any circumstances, so I'm 100% okay to 86 that. The support building, so I don't think that we need an external kitchen, and I don't understand what the overhead door is, to be honest with you, so maybe you can explain that to me.
Sure.
But the external kitchen, I feel like as we get more and more and larger events on this space, which I think is what's going to happen, I think we're even now getting away from using a kitchen to support Morrisville, and I don't see the kitchen as a huge value add, to be honest.
Just a quick clarifier on that. It's not really intended for that type of use. You'll remember that part of our agreement with the farmers market and the education garden is for them to provide that education component. And we've struggled a little bit of that for a variety of reasons since the Healthy Food Hub was open. So the concept here is to provide them with some basic kitchen amenities to do classes through the education garden related to the farmers market. That's what that's about.
Yeah, I have to be honest with you, that doesn't really sell me additionally on the kitchen. I think that I really feel is a nice to have. And I think I have so much confidence that Mary can come up with 1,000 ways to program additional learning opportunities.
Wanted to offer that clarification. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I don't think I understand the steel screen either. But for me, number 1, number 2, number 6 are things I would really like to keep. And I agree with whoever said that the public service or the DPS storage, that's for storage for the town, right? Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, I think we need that. I really don't want to take that out of there. I think there's going to be a lot of maintenance to be done all over the place. So I'm good with 3, 4, and 6, 3, 4, and 5 coming out, I think.
Councilmember Johnson.
Okay, this is where we're going to be all over the place. So we are definitely going to have to come back in August and revisit everything. Because again, if I'm looking to try to eliminate, as important as number 1 is and the signage, I could see where that could easily come back at a later date. So I'm okay with letting that go for the moment. That does not mean I don't value it. And I understand the placemaking, that it helps. I think the event area itself is going to be a huge placemaking. I'm not sure the sign is, it's the rest of it that's more important to me, quite frankly. So I would let that go. The support building, though, number 4, I do not want to see that go, and I do not want to skimp on the playground. We have a young community here. We're young families with young children, and even a scaled-down playground, I'm not in favor of. And therefore, I would kind of go with the rest of this. But again, I think we're going to have to revisit and make sure you know exactly where we know exactly where we are and what we want to scale back on and absolutely keep. So that's just my feedback on this page.
Councilmember Rao, followed by myself.
Yeah, I don't want to take time talking about each one. So just for purposes of this meeting, for guidance, I would be fine with eliminating deferring, not eliminating, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So keeping 1 and 2. I'm on the fence with 6, but I can live without it for now.
Okay. And I'll share some thoughts. And as was mentioned, we're kind of in different places. I just want to share that I think the sign number 1, I think everyone knows what the park is, and I think that'll be a nice to have eventually. I don't necessarily think that we need to do that right away. Contrary to what I've been hearing from my colleagues, though, I think the electronic signage and how we can embrace looking into the future, like the signs that we have at Church Street entrance and Morrisville Community Park, I think those types of things and the ability to interact and to have updated signage where people are, I think that will be important to creating the thought of having a modern park. So I would like those to stay if possible. So I'm flip-flopping what everyone else is saying about the signs, but I just wanted to share that's why. And I don't want to lose the playground at all, but everything else I can postpone for now. Okay. And I don't think Mayor Pro Tem wanted to share on this one, so we can probably move on, unless you want to try to summarize what you've heard, which I think, as was noted, pretty much all over the place.
I think this is the perfect example of what we've always appreciated working with your council, is everybody's very passionate about your community and trying to find the things that provide the greatest community benefit. And that's what we've struggled with in the absence of understanding where we ultimately need to get. So this conversation is very helpful to give everyone the opportunity for us to hear what's most important.
That was such a nice way to put that. Really, congratulations.
So one thing, before we go to the next one, this one I think a lot of imagery will help us. Mm-hmm. This is a really good introduction of all these items, but now I think we need to see a little bit more of what they would mean.
Yeah, we have plenty of images that we can roll up our sleeves next time and really drill down.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. This one may be another interesting conversation. The intent with this one, again, is not to downplay the importance or memorable qualities of any of these items. It's simply to recognize that, again, depending on where we need to arrive from a budget perspective, there may be some ways that we can tweak, shave a little bit here and there without losing the full feature, but trying to right-size it a little more, at least from a budget perspective. So with that, I would invite everyone's comments.
Jumping right in, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Rao.
Kind of getting in a pattern here. So it's getting harder. You've done a lot of considerations. So this is scope reduction, and these are one-time changes where we can't, it's not a deferred option. It's a, if we reduce the skylights, they're reduced forever is an example, right? The electronic signage, not really a fan at this time, so I would be okay with forgoing that. I do have a question about the parking. It's not that you're eliminating the parking, it's that you're changing the materials from pavers to asphalt. So the asphalt example would be the same as our asphalt that we currently have near the farmer's market. Is it the same kind of material?
So to be clear, it's the area highlighted in green, number 2. And in the $19.4 million budget, this is treated like the Foxglove streetscape with pavers. So this would be kind of recognizing that this little piece could be maybe part of the more natural area of the grove and be treated with a different and simpler paving material. So asphalt is what we're carrying in this. There are a range of asphalt options that we could talk about.
Different colors or
different colors, different textures, different finishes, but all of it is just kind of a general way to suggest that maybe this doesn't become part of the formal axis or the formal streetscape of Foxglove, but it becomes something that is blends more with what's going on with the grove and the community garden and is less costly.
Okay, it's just, but we still get the parking.
You still get the parking, correct.
Okay, that's very helpful. So I'd like to see what those options look like. Again, a visual would probably be helpful. It seems like we're eliminating a lot of the pavers. The pavers sound expensive in a lot of the options. And also they're probably maintenance intense as well. Because that's number 3, we're changing out the pavers for a finished concrete. Is that like a stamped concrete for number 3?
I think, are we carrying standard concrete in this number? In this number, we're carrying standard concrete, but there again could be some in-betweens with different textures, pattern stamping.
We could stamp it, or we could have a different color concrete. Just skylights, I know there's a lot of different considerations for skylights. I would have to see this, but if they're on the very top of the roof, they usually leak, I mean, over time. But if they're in the side, in order to allow that natural light in, that's a different conversation to me. So I'd need to know locations of those skylights. And number 5, I think, is similar to my thought about the playground. I'd like to have the misters available as intended, the 6, because we could turn off some of them to save on the wear of the motors or the pump of the water and so forth like that, to extend their life. If we reduce the total number, we might be running them on high all the time. So there is a little bit of redundancy that we had discussed maybe even a year ago it's been, but I remember when we were talking about why we would want more than less. And then the skylight again. So that's where I stand on those. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Rao, please.
So does skylights mean something other than windows in the roof?
So again, I'm happy to talk you through. We can definitely bring back images to show you,
Okay,
but
that'd be helpful. For me, I really did think that as we got deeper into these, that it was going to become harder to take things out. But I'll be honest with you, there's nothing here that I wouldn't be fine with eliminating, except for number 5. I will go to the mat for those water features, but other than that, the only question I do have is the high density asphalt in lieu of the pavers. What are the stormwater implications of that?
I don't think it would impact stormwater recommendations, but I defer to staff if anyone would like to weigh in on that.
Really, there's no difference in concrete or pavers for stormwater. The only time you would is if you had a permeable paver that's meant to allow the rainwater to go through, and that's
Okay,
not
but
what
this
we
isn't
have
that?
here.
Okay.
No.
Then, to be honest with you, I think for aesthetically, I certainly see the point of the pavers, but I've always found them to be difficult with, with high heels, with strollers, with things of that type. I would actually prefer concrete. So except for number 5, I honestly would be fine with everything.
Okay. Councilmember Rao, followed by Councilmember Fender.
Yeah, I'm fine with the recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm on the fence about. I'm kind of on the fence about electronic signage. Just that I could live without it for now. Once again, are these complete scope? Are these aren't deferred? So this is actual elimination on the project.
So in the current budget, we have electronic signage in 2 locations, and we've contemplated 3 possible places those 2 locations could be. So what this one is suggesting is we eliminate 1 location. So this would retain electronic signage or art in 1 place within the park.
Okay. So I'm fine with that. I know Mayor Pro Tem Garamella has, along with others, have talked about the importance of a water feature. And so my only concern is reducing the mist feature from 6 to 2 and the arches. I feel like I'd rather just stick with that one because I don't want to eliminate it. I think that that's an important part of differentiation for the park. I don't know where my colleagues stand on that, but because once we eliminate that, you're saying, we couldn't come back and add the arches later and things like that?
The water feature itself would be difficult to add at a later date. The arches as standalone features could potentially be added back, but it would be tricky.
Okay, so based on your answer, I would want to keep the water feature. Unfortunately, that's going to eliminate about $320,000 savings, but well, we're not going to, we keep it at 6 and then keep the arches.
Yeah, that's $120,000.
Yeah, 220.
But it's not 220, because these are 2 different things. We either reduce it from 6 to 2, or reduce it from 6 to 4.
Oh, okay.
That's
I
two
see what you're saying.
different-
6 to 2. Okay, it's 2 different options. Okay.
These you could actually add up. So the first suggestion was we currently have mist in 6 arches. If you wanted to consider reducing the mist, the water feature component to 2 arches, that would be the $120,000 savings.
Yeah.
And then separately, if you wanted to reduce the total number of arches from 6 to 4, that would be the additional $100,000. So if you took both, you would have 4 arches, 2 of which had water or mist.
Well, I don't know where my colleagues stand on that, but I'm just going to say keep it where it is.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
Yeah, so while we're still in the water feature, I don't want to mess with the water feature. I think as you remember, we had long discussion. And I believe this was an area where a majority of the council felt like we did not want to be cheap on. We are doing myths as opposed to, we try to decide a balanced approach, but I don't want to mess with it anymore. So I'm not in favor of reducing that portion of the scope. Out of all these items, I'm good with getting rid of the electronic signage. The other items, I don't want to eliminate pavers anywhere because I think the pavers, while yes, they are more expensive and yes, they're aesthetic. There's the primary functionality is aesthetics. I think it's important to have those pavers in this location just for the character of the town center, just for that look and feel that it's different than the rest of the town. So I'm not in favor of removing pavers for concrete. I mean, we have asphalt and concrete everywhere else. And then I would really like to keep the skylights. I know those are, I mean, it's not that much of a cost savings, but I think anywhere where, any sort of building where you can have natural light coming in, it may seem like a small thing, but I think it really goes toward, again, that feeling of when you go into a building, even if it is just a little restroom, you know, I know no one likes to go into dark, musty, moldy public restrooms. I think just having that skylight will just add a little bit of uplift there. That's all I got.
So as there have been a couple questions on skylights, we will bring drawings so everyone understands exactly what some of the potential options are. But with the toilet building, we do have a clerestory, which are the windows high on the wall in both the men's and the men's and women's side. And this option is actually taking a very large skylight and changing it to a smaller skylight. Conversely, in the support building, we currently have a skylight in the green room. So this was just a judgment call depending on the amount of use that room would get and whether the cost of the skylight was justified.
So are you saying for the restroom building, it's just making the skylight smaller?
Yes, that's correct.
And then for the support building, it is eliminating.
Yes.
I'd like to keep them as is.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson, please.
So as far as the art and water feature, I don't want to scale that back either. We had long conversations, as Councilmember Fender said, and this was even a more compromised feature here. We wanted something even more that was way too expensive. So I don't want to scale that back at all. And number two, with the pavers, I don't want to eliminate that either. I think the look and feel of this park is really important to me, and I don't want to scale back on that. And I was gonna say okay with number three, but after Councilmember Fender, after her comments, I'm not sure I would scale that back either. Quite frankly, I'd leave those pavers. The look and feel of this place is important, and those items that can be added in later, I think I'm good with some of them, you know, being delayed, but the ones that are, you know, it's a one and done and you can't come back, concern me. And so I think I might add three back in as well. I was going to say just hang on to 2 and 5, but now I want 3 as well. So anyhow, again, I think we got to come back after you bring us more visuals. I think we have to come back and have another discussion and coalesce around a couple of items here.
And I'm more in favor of tier 1 and tier 2 than taking any of these away, actually. The fact that the support building, the skylight, is for the green room. Anything that's visitor facing or I think is really important to have a higher level, and natural light is just so great. So I think that would be important. So I'm a quick answer on that one.
Okay. So far it sounds, is it fair to say that the playground and the art water feature are the 2 items that appear to have near unanimous support to retain?
I think I heard that.
And the others are a good mix of opinions as you contemplate the overall budget.
And it seems like people are generally okay with electronic signage going away also, is what I'm hearing.
That's true too.
Taking one for the team.
Did you want another? Okay. All right, so next here.
And again, these are items that we believe will have an impact on the park, but again, we wanted to make sure that we're providing you a good breadth of options to consider as you contemplate the overall budget. And I'm happy to talk through any of these in detail.
Okay, Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson is first.
So I am curious as to the seat wall design. What exactly is that?
So we will bring back, again, images next time we meet, but if you remember the views down the sidewalk behind the cottages overlooking the green, there is a grade change there. So
Right.
that was built up as a seat wall, and the seat is basically providing seating for tables up on the plaza, sorry, up
Got
on
it.
the
Got it.
cottage side, and it's also kind of providing an edge separation. So there are some other more conventional ways that we could grade down or slope or do different things,
So it's a natural slope so that if we brought lawn chairs or, you know, simple seating, that would.
In this case, I believe there are options, but I believe what this number represents is a simple straight retaining wall that goes up to the sidewalk at the cottage side, and then a lower area which could be landscape or paving. Is that correct?
Okay. I think from this look and understanding the character with the pavers and so forth, I think these need to stay, all of them. Thank you.
Councilmember Rabati, please.
The trash enclosure, the enclosure without roof or cooling, what do you mean? It wouldn't have a roof, or the roof wouldn't be cool?
And again, I want to be clear, we are not offering these as ideas that we embrace. We just want to cover the options. So what this represents, we currently have in the budget both a fully enclosed and semi-conditioned trash room, and that is to manage odor and pests throughout the park. And then in addition, half of that building is general storage. So what this is representing is taking it to a standard trash enclosure. And the reason we do not recommend it is odor and pests.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we're going to have people in and out of the other side of that building, like our staff.
Yes.
So, okay, yeah. Yeah, I got to be honest with you, I'm not thrilled about any of these. Sorry.
I don't see anyone else who's looking to go, so I'll say I'm not thrilled with taking any of these away either. So I'd like to keep all these. So I think by the fact that no one wants to say that they want to take any away, I think we all want to keep all these. That's what I'm assuming from my peers here. So thanks for making that one so easy. So next steps, town manager, or do you guys have more to close us out?
Bianca, can you go back to my presentation? So I'm going to ask Jeannie to come over. So this is the last part of our presentation, which is to give you sort of a cloud level view of how we might fund some different options here. And obviously they don't apple to apple line up because there's some work to be done on what the acceptable alternates might be. But Jeannie's going to walk you through, what it looks like, what some options are, where those funds might come from, and how does that have any impact on other projects or debt model or related things. So Jeannie.
Good evening again. How exciting this is to actually be here. We've been waiting for this project, I think, a very long time. And it's exciting to hear you all interested in the many ways in which we can accomplish this and make it come to fruition. So how do we do that and how do we fund it is the big question. Not just what's in it, but how do we pay for it? So what I've done for you this evening is really just giving you, at a high level, 3 buckets to consider to try to put some perspective around what are the trade-offs, what are the cause and effects if you were to fund it at a $20 million level, if you were to fund it at an $18 million level, or a $16 million level. And that's to compare and contrast with really what you might give up if it were a $16 million project that you were funded. But in the same sense, what is the impact if it were a $20 million project? Because as a standalone project, you can fund this. I've given you an example of the many resources that we have that are restricted resources, and Sing's been very great to work with in helping us carve out really what aligns well, because they are much of them are very much restricted resources, and so you can't just use them for just anything. They have to line up with a street bond, or they have to line up with a park bond, or parkland payment in lieu, ARPA, or any of the other resources that we have, which are capital reserves. So with that said, in a $20 million project, as you see here, many different resources get thrown in that we have the ability to utilize. There's been, over the years, the past few years, some proactive thinking on council's part to set aside reserves, to preserve your fund balance and take care of that, to really pay attention to not just the single picture, the one project, but to pay attention to the big project, the big picture of many projects in a 5-year picture. And you've also made some really tough decisions at retreat where you decided to pause a project, and you paused it for the sake of prioritizing this project, needing to know what the dollar figure was going to come in as. You know how important this project is in comparison to maybe other capital projects we've done. It's very unique in the fact of what it gives back to the community as a public-private partnership project. There's something more that it adds value back into the community and activates space. It's adding to your economic engine. And I find that very unique and different as compared to just simply building a civic facility. So in the $20 million scenario here, one thing that I said first and foremost is the project concept can be funded at $20 million, as you've envisioned, with these items. The trade-offs come really when we look at the 5-year picture. And we balance that with the other projects that are in the pipeline and really leveraging your debt. We have the ability in our indicators to have that capacity. When you couple this $20 million project with what comes next in the next year and the year after, you start to stretch your indicators, your policy tools that say, hey, let's pay attention to this. It doesn't stretch it to a point that you cannot make that choice of being out of compliance with your debt ratio. Now, that is your total debt to the expenditures in the year. That's how much resources you spend in an annual budget that is committed to specifically debt obligation, as opposed to operational expenses. But it doesn't exceed the policy to the extent that it's not manageable. We have recently done an issue where we were right here, where the conservative model in the 5-year picture said that we were going to potentially be out of compliance to our debt to expenditure ratio 2 to 3 years. And a conservative debt model, you have within your policy the ability to exceed it within up to 2 years, as long as you have a plan to restore that compliance. And in the debt model, and working with Davenport, our financial advisors, which are listening tonight, say hello to everybody, the debt model indicates that we can do that within the 3-year picture, within the 5-year picture, restore our debt ratio to be in compliance with really what your policy is. So I'm giving you an opportunity with the $20 million to leverage your debt and say that the conservative model says we could potentially handle that. We have also, in this particular model, to be able to fund it, would need to pull forward some bond authority that you have that we've currently programmed out in 2027. What's the trade-off there? You'd be using bond monies for park-related items, which you have the ability to do in accordance to the bond language, but it was designated really for parkland purchase and acquisition. So I'm just being transparent and saying that that's what you originally intended it for. But remember, when we did the referendum, it was that the bond language for the parks, and all of them, were general, because trying to navigate the planning of projects ahead, as so far ahead, and looking at what the target could be years from now. You have to have some flexibility, and that's what the bond language is giving you. The ability to utilize it for a purpose that generally is similar to activating a space that's park related and giving you open space. So you're legally within the bounds of your bond language to be able to pull that funding forward. And in doing so, I've also said that your debt model is flexible enough. You can generally be within the 5-year picture back into compliance with your debt ratio within 2 to 3 years by pulling additional debt forward. The other piece that this does that I would have pause on is the drawdowns of capital reserves. So those are being drawn down at a much higher rate than what we originally anticipated in the current 5-year CIP. And what that does, coupled with the use of all parkland payment in lieu that we currently have, is it puts more burden on your fund balance, which you have a very healthy fund balance. Facts, you have a healthy fund balance. It's not at your target of 45%, but it's at 39%. And every year we reassess that and reevaluate it. You have the flexibility in your fund balance, but it puts more burden on when you have projects where you have scope creep, where you have increased what you want to try to accomplish, and what we've been dealing with is inflationary impacts. So it mitigates by drawing down those capital reserves. It may limit your ability if the next project, which is public works, comes in over the estimate, over what's currently allocated and assessed in the 5-year picture. And that's probably the project that I say is the one to be concerned with, because it's the next year that we are planning to do that. While it limits your flexibility and draws down your reserves, and it puts more burden on your fund balance, again, I say you have a healthy fund balance, and you can make that choice, and we can manage the 5-year picture. I would just caution to be mindful. Don't look at just one project, look at the big picture. And that's what the $20 million project funding scenario, I would just say, is the facts that we need to consider. There's things to consider in making the decision. But I presented you a fundable project at $20 million. So now let's move to the trade-offs. If we were to do some reductions, you identified a few of those things. Is that prudent to have some of that value engineering to be able to retain? Really what I would say here, to retain some flexibility should things in the bigger picture need to be addressed. So it's not just about one project in the 5-year picture. It's about all of those projects and what we were aligned to do with those reserves. It is that we would simply use less of them here. I would put those back in play. It would right the ship for the 5-year picture for all of those projects that the $20 million would probably impact or shift. What were those projects between the 20 million and the 18? Those would be sidewalks. Those would be intersection improvements that the 5-year picture has tapped. Some are waiting appropriation for even this year. And the other projects for the reserves that it would impact would be your Wait Tech site, your park site, and any other land acquisition for parks that you might have. And for some of the street betterments that are actually even further out, it has a cascading effect from the $20 million. That's the trade-off to the $18 million, that you may restore that ability to have that flexible approach in your model. And again, I will emphasize, we have a very conservative debt model, our funding model, and we assess it every year. And it always tends to improve. That's what we want. But this is how we can make good, healthy decisions. And just giving you the facts there. So again, the most important thing here on this slide, I believe, is that it creates that flexibility to really mitigate unforeseen cost overruns and decreases the burden of relying on your fund balance and gives you greater flexibility at 18. So the 16 million, as you all recognize, is a pretty tough number to probably get at without really changing your vision. You can do that, and it can actually change and improve your debt ratio window, but really not by a whole lot. And it does put those resources back in play in order for your 5-year picture in a conservative model to really proof out. And it certainly does not cause any projects to shift by a year, as the 20 million may suggest could happen. So as you were talking, you were identifying things that could potentially be maybe held off or phased in. It's all about, at the end of the day, really strategy around what you could do with those things. And so I wanted to capture, as we were all talking as staff, what are some of those strategies that if you said you wanted to pull out an item that could, because let's face it, I had a conversation with the manager, this project's not gonna happen tomorrow. It's gonna happen over on an extended period of time. What you may defer now, if it's a standalone item, we could bring back before it's open if we could find a grant and we could put it in play. It's just a concept, a thought. So some of the strategies here that you could use if you were to pull something out would be able to leverage any year-end savings that we bring back to you in October. It could be really an opportunity to activate our sponsorship policy for some specific amenities to offset, to get some naming rights. We mentioned grant opportunities. We have a grants team that's actually always actively looking for things like the Pew House, and town center amenities are top of their list. And they work very hard to try to find those resources for us. They're quite successful. The other one is we actually have applied for a grant for Congresswoman Ross for Town Center for $1 million. And we sure hope, fingers crossed, that we made a great sell. The other opportunity would be if we were to consider actually implementing a solid waste fee and what capacity that actually might provide us to be able to afford or fund either additional debt or additional items for amenities. So with these scenarios, it's just to give you, again, some context as you were listening to really what are those items you could potentially pull successfully, phase, the ones that are a little more risky, perhaps that would change the vision. But all in all, at the end of the day, the choice is what priorities do we have? And what sets of trade-offs are we willing to accept? And what strategy are we ready to put around it so that we can build this town center? So I'll take questions.
Are there any questions before we go ahead and open the public hearing?
Thank you, Jean. That was good.
Oh, great. I got off easy. Thank you very much. We'll talk again, I'm sure.
So I'll declare the public hearing open. Do we have anyone signed up to speak on this item? Town Clerk Spillane?
Yes, we do have someone signed up to speak.
Okay.
And we did have one comment.
Okay, let's have the live speakers and then we'll have the one comment online, please.
Absolutely,
So if
thank
you
you.
would like to approach the microphone, sir, your name and your residential address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes, just like public address, please.
Yes, this is Subhash Shah, 111 Canberra Court, Cary, North Carolina, 27513. Looking at the stage events, there is not sufficient green rooms. At a minimum, you need 2 green rooms, one for boys and one for girls. And right now, there is only 1 small green room. Regarding the sound system and stage, some programs you will have during daytime, some you will have during the evenings, where you may need the lighting. And depends upon the programs. If there is a concert, then you may need a technician and a lot of adjustments. So if it's a technician-based kind of concert, you need a rental equipment. But if it's a movie night or some other CD-based cultural events, you may have different requirements. So that may not be expensive. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a quick comment, if I may. Elizabeth Dan, 109 Calvesta Drive. Is that okay?
Sure. The public hearing is open.
Thank you. I was just wondering if there's anything precluding all of you from looking at the different options on the 3 slides and just using it as an a la carte menu, maybe. You might be able to get to 2 million without following the packages per se. Is there anything precluding you all from doing that? I guess that would be.
Well, yeah, this is also not a give and take, but we appreciate your input.
That's something that I would offer as a suggestion.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak on this item for up to 3 minutes? Okay, we can accept that comment now.
The gentleman was here that had made the comment, and they're one and the same, so we're
Oh,
all
okay.
set.
Okay, excellent. Since we're going to be working on this over the next couple of meetings, I'd suggest we keep the public hearing open if that's the will of the council, and it seems to be. So that's great. So I'd just like to share a thought from what we've heard. 20 million, it would be nice if we had it without affecting things, but I think I'd be willing to move around between 18 and 20. And that kind of really is more driven by the amenities and the visitor experience, in my opinion. Although it was very helpful to have Jeannie explain to us that certain items in our 5-year plan might get postponed if we're closer to 20. So I definitely want that to be part of the conversation as we move forward, because intersections and sidewalks have been such a high priority. Town center is also a priority. So that's how I'm thinking about this. So the 13th will be very meaty and robust, and this has been a really great first look at all the different alternatives. And when we get that package, I think it'd be really helpful to sort of see where we do have consensus already and what numbers we need to get to a better place. Councilmember Rao, and then.
I'm in favor of anywhere between 18 million to now. I think 20 is going to be, I wish we could do 20, but I think starting in 18, I don't want to go to 16. I really like that last slide, which was what the points I was going to bring up, which brought up everything, the fact that, applying for federal funding, that Congresswoman Ross is helping us with ARPA funding, and the sponsorship opportunities. I think even in something like the theater, you think in downtown Raleigh, they're relocating it, but Red Hat Amphitheater, having, companies that are vested in our community coming in. And, it doesn't sound like a lot. We don't know what those numbers are. I know we just set the policy, but I think we can get creative in terms of, the kinds of parts of this town center that we could partner with, companies, just like we're talking about with, our cricket park and things like that. So that's all I would ask of our council and staff, is just to come up with these ideas. Even something like, I don't know, I've researched that, community development block grants and those kinds of things are usually done for downtown revitalizations. I don't know whether this would qualify as a revitalization because it's a downtown from scratch. So I don't know what, that might be something that we talk to Congresswoman Ross about, and a year from now, there'll be a new Congresswoman representing Morrisville, Valerie Fouché, because I think Morrisville, they're switching the seats. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our federal representation will change in 26.
Some of us will still have Representative Ross,
Oh,
just
they
to
will?
be clear.
Okay, I did not know that. So, but anyway, so even reaching out to Congresswoman Fouché might be something that we want to consider down the road. Thank you.
Okay, back to you, Town Manager.
So thank you all for your time. Thank you for the feedback, very helpful. So a couple things. One, on the sort of amenity side, I think we've heard some things that clearly could potentially be delayed or come out. We've also heard some things clearly you don't want to come out. We get that. We understand that. This was part of that affirmation process before we try to come back to you with an estimate. So I think we've heard that. I think Fred has made a really good point. We'll bring back some imagery that'll help you better understand what some of those alternates that you may not be clear on or just have some more questions on. So we'll work through that with you. So I think we know where we're at there. I would, and then obviously I've heard some of you speak to somewhere between 18 and 20, maybe not up to 20. Is it fair to say that we don't consider 16? Because I will tell you, based on what I heard tonight, we can't get to 16 with what you would like to see. And that's just a fact. That's not anything other than that's where we're at. So what I'd like to suggest is that we come back with Jeannie providing you some more information, perhaps what 18, 19 looks like as a mid-range. And that also gives the team a little more guidance around, what are we aiming for within sort of a little better confines. Is that acceptable to council? Or maybe I should ask the question, is that not acceptable to anyone if we take that approach?
Councilmember Johnson?
So no, I would tell you that's acceptable, but I will tell you I'm concerned about just everything. I'm not going to repeat what Jeannie said. I think we have other projects in the hopper that are equally as important as this, and we need to kind of retain some of that flexibility and ability. We have seen of cost overruns. We have seen every project escalate, and I don't want to pause any more projects than we already have, and we've already done the nature park. We've paused that because of knowing that this conversation tonight was coming. So I'm not in favor of pausing Public Works.
Oh, no.
I'm not in favor of pausing a dog park. So if 18 million on this project means we retain that flexibility to continue with our other project, then I'm 18 million.
Okay.
But I think you should bring back a 19 million option too.
Okay. Thank you. Helpful. Okay, so I think we have, sort of marching orders again. Appreciate your time. A lot of good feedback, and we will be back the 13th to give you some more defined options, I think, and some more information on alternates. Okay? Thank you.
Sounds good. And just to remind people, we appreciate the public hearing. Once you speak in a public hearing, you get your one chance. So if you want to give more feedback, those speakers who did present, please send that via email.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, can we do a quick break?
Yeah, we're going to do a 10-minute break. So if we could please come back at 9:20. We appreciate everyone's patience. Yep, I was planning to do that, but thank you. Always let me know. Make sure we're all on the same page. We are back in session now. At this time, I'd like to recognize Planning Manager Brittany Johnson. She's going to facilitate the Park West Village Mixed Use Plan Development District discussion.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I bring before you an application proposing a major modification to the existing Park West Village PD. The existing development is here outlined in red. It is zoned mixed-use plan development. The applicant, Casto Southeast Realty Services, is proposing to demolish the existing movie theater and 2 commercial buildings, which is approximately 46,000 square feet of commercial square footage. Post demolition, the applicant proposes to develop a mixed-use structure consisting of approximately 36,000 square feet of retail and 250 additional multifamily units. On a separate out parcel, the applicant is proposing a 125-room hotel or additional commercial square footage. The applicant is also proposing that 7% of the additional multifamily units be designated as workforce housing. Property information. The site is approximately 106 acres, currently zoned mixed use plan development. The applicant is proposing to modify the existing PD. Background on the surrounding areas. To the north, east, and west, the properties are zoned community activity center with existing commercial uses and offices. To the south, there is the North Carolina Railroad, high-density residential with townhomes, low-density residential with single-family detached homes, as well as open space, which is used as private recreation space. The 2021 Future Land Use Plan designates the subject property as a regional activity center. This is the redevelopment area. Again, the site is outlined in red and the yellow areas are highlighted, which is the actual redevelopment. So this is the out parcel mentioned, as well as the theater and the surrounding area. Here are your existing conditions. We do have the existing theater, 2 commercial structures. This is Bad Daddy's for reference. Here is the Bristol Creek Drive, as well as Village Marketplace. This is a proposed demolition plan. Again, that would be the existing theater building, the 2 adjacent commercial buildings, as well as an existing plaza, which is outlined here. Again, these modifications are being completed via a separate minor modification. And here is that empty out parcel. This is your proposed sketch plan. I will zoom in a second and go to the next slide, which is the enlarged sketch plan. But I did want to note that here is the location of the proposed shuttle stop. So I'll go to the enlarged for the remainder of the items. So you have your mixed use building 3, a commercial building here. Again, a revised outdoor plaza, which is reviewed separately with a separate minor mod, and you have your hotel or commercial structure here. I have a few conceptual renderings of the property. I will click through these fairly quickly as the applicant has prepared to review these with their presentation in more detail. The first image here is a view of the outdoor plaza looking towards the proposed mixed-use structure. You have 2 photos here. The upper photo here is a bird's eye view looking towards the proposed mixed-use building, and the lower photo is a bird's eye view of the outdoor plaza. This is our last image, which is an eye-level view towards the mixed-use structure. For our proposed modifications, the proposed amendment is a major modification to the existing PD, meaning that the applicant has submitted a revised plan development plan and agreement modifying the previously approved PD that modified certain UDO standards to allow for unique development. If the amendment is approved, Park West will be permitted to demolish the existing theater and replace it with 36,000 square feet of retail and commercial, a separate hotel or commercial structure, and an additional 250 multifamily units. This approval will authorize a modified sketch plan, modified development standards in the narrative, and modified conditions. The next few slides will go over the unique development standards in the narrative, as well as the applicant is also seeking to make minor changes to the existing comprehensive sign plan. The proposed changes will be later in our presentation. Here we have the permitted uses. The uses listed will be permitted within Park West. The edits you see consist primarily of terminology changes, just to make the terms more in keeping with what's currently in the UDO. Here are the prohibited uses. They go as following: crematorium, stone cutting and monument sales, tire capping and retreading, and vehicle towing services. General information: this is a mixed use area and the required parking is 748 spaces, provided 904 spaces. We have the Park West Village open space. Existing there is 20,700 square feet. Proposed there would be 43,812 spaces and a max height of 75 feet. The current unit count, there are currently 378 units. Proposed additional units would be 250, and then that would bring the total permitted to 630. General narrative changes. It's important to note that most of the changes are corrections to cross-references and clarifications to make the narrative easier to understand. Outlined here, I do have the requested modifications. The first would be concerning transit. Park West has located one public transit stop internal to the property. The site has been coordinated with the town and Go Carry. Secondly, loading space standards have been added, which are defined by the UDO. Further general narrative changes. First, with subdivisions, dimensional requirements for lots identified in the UDO shall not apply within the PD. If the parcel is subject to a common private operating agreement and the lots comply with all other requirements. Secondly, we have video screens. Video screens in the common areas will be allowed, provided that they are not visible from public streets and the top of the screens are no higher than the surrounding buildings. Building setbacks, there will be no required setbacks in accordance with the original 2008 approval of Park West Village. And then for your major modifications, any major revisions will require an amendment to the PD plan and agreement in accordance with the UDO. Moving on to some architectural deviations. One benefit of a PD is to build in allowable deviations from typical UDO requirements. This allows the development to implement unique characteristics. The applicant is proposing the following architectural deviations. For multifamily and mixed-use buildings with multifamily floors, these structures will comply with design requirements of the UDO, but have the option to comply with either the multifamily requirements or the mixed-use requirements. Additionally, high quality or durable faux wood materials and glazing would be proposed to be allowed as a predominant wall material. And metal panels and translucent panels would be proposed to be allowed as a non-predominant material. For your single-story multi-tenant retail buildings, the primary material within the fenestration will be glass and shall be no less than 50% of the individual tenant storefront area. The 50% of area is here represented with the yellow boxes. More architectural deviations. For multi-story mixed-use ground for tenant facades, the facades area shall be calculated from the finished floor elevation base to the top of the facade wall and from demising wall to demising wall. So from here to here, and again, from demising wall to demising wall. The applicant is also seeking and asking for additional predominant material flexibility to give each tenant the ability to create unique facades. And the glazing area within a tenant facade shall be a minimum of 25% of the overall facade area. Ending our architectural deviations here, the For multifamily development fenestration, the design of fenestration shall comply with UDO, except for walls shall be configured with 35% windows and doors, measured from the lowest residential floor to the roof bearing line. The reason for this is to allow for the height of the parapet to extend as necessary to screen all roof mounted equipment, and to allow for changes in the height of the top line of the roof parapet. As well, for your coated brick and masonry are permitted to be coated with stains and mineral paint. The coated brick will count towards the required facade material as brick. Then moving on to string lighting. String lighting will also be allowed for use throughout the project as an architectural element. String lights shall not be blinking or having other sort of movement when visible from the right-of-way. Lastly, string lighting will no longer be restricted to the color white. Currently, it's restricted to white only. As I mentioned, the applicant is also proposing modifications to the comprehensive sign plan. The changes are as follows. Signs painted directly on a wall will be permitted if part of the mural. If it's a part of a mural, the sign area within the mural will count towards the total number of signs and the sign allotment. It's important to note that any murals must be approved by the town and will comply with the town's mural regulations per the UDO. Secondly, images cast onto a surface or sidewalk adjacent to a tenant premises will be allowed, provided the image is not visible from Cary Parkway, Morrisville Parkway, or Chapel Hill Road. Cabinet signs and signage on backer boards will be allowed. And lastly, video screens, again, that are internal to the site and not visible from the public right-of-way will be allowed. The video screens may be used for live or recorded events and broadcasting, and the screens can also be used for advertisement when not in use for events. The next few slides here cover conditions of revisions to the conditions rather, and the conditions are highlighted here represent the bulk of your major edits. The first, number one, is all signs within Park West Village development will comply with the comprehensive sign plan. Minor modifications to the comprehensive sign plan may occur per the UDO. Number two here, all building elevations for Park West Village development shall comply with architectural requirements within the mixed-use narrative. Condition 10, the developer shall provide payment in lieu of parkland dedication, and that will be calculated based on the number of dwelling units to be constructed, which will be paid per the UDO, and that would be at the time prior to building permit approval. For conditions 11 and 12, the references were simply updated from zoning ordinance to UDO. Condition 26, multifamily residential units will be allowed to be approved administratively by staff up to a cap of 330 dwelling units. This would be, again, increasing the total allowable units by 250 from a prior cap of 380 to a proposed cap of 630. For condition 28, and that spans 2 slides, I'll just cover it here. Condition 28 specifies that the additional residential units exceeding the previously approved 380 units shall, one, be 1 and 2 bedroom units, and they'll also, once complete, the owner shall provide 7%, or that's 18 units of the new residential units will be workforce housing dwelling units. Workforce housing units are any units that are offered for rent at a monthly rental rate equal to or less than the maximum affordable rental rate set forth by HUD. The rental rate for a renter with an income of 80% AMI in the Raleigh metropolitan area. The owner shall update the rental rates for each workforce housing unit annually based on the updated AMI published by HUD. And the workforce housing unit shall be offered for rent for a period of 15 years. In the event that the town or Wake County establishes a program that provides incentives for workforce housing, the applicant would like to be eligible to participate in the program. And lastly, the owner will provide annual certification to the town. Finalizing our last two conditions here. 29, a smart shuttle stop will be located within the development as shown on the PD plan, which I pointed out earlier. And number 30, that the Park West Village mixed-use development shall be subject to the standards of the plan development narrative and shall be in substantial compliance with the plan development plan attached to the ordinance as Exhibit B. It's important to note this proposal did go to PZB, the Planning and Zoning Board. PZB reviewed the request and held a public comment session on November 9th and December 14th. PZB recommended approval of the request by a vote of 3-2. Residents spoke during the public comment session and expressed concerns about school impacts, traffic impacts, and the increased density at Park West Village. Based on community input and PZB feedback, the applicant has revised their proposal following the PZB meeting, and this is the revised proposal that you have before you. To highlight the updates following PZB, first, the number of new proposed residential units were reduced to a max of 250 units. The total proposed and existing units is now 630. Previously, there was a total of 690. Secondly, the proposed structure identified as R8, which is that separate out parcel site on the site plan, was previously proposed as a multifamily structure. The proposed structure is now identified as a potential hotel or commercial use. Third, all previously discussed age-restricted units or age-restricted conditions were reconsidered due to the reduction in overall units. 4, a revised traffic memo to reduce the total number of residential units to 630 was submitted, and zoning conditions were updated to reflect the revised traffic memo. And 5th, the location of the proposed shuttle stop is now identified on the PD plan. The location of the shuttle stop was previously undetermined. As for staff recommendations, staff recommends approval of the requested PD modification for the following reasons. 1, the requested PD modification is consistent with the future land use plan. The future land use plan shows this area as regional activity center. Preferred uses include office, retail, shopping center, restaurant, lodging, hospitality, mixed use developments, and multifamily residential. The proposed PD modification provides a balance and mix of these uses within the MUPD. Secondly, the requested PD modification encourages a design that fosters attractive destinations where people can visit and have a positive experience. This is a key consideration of regional activity center designations in the future land use plan. It is also seeking to create more outdoor dining, seating, and more usable open space plaza areas. Thirdly, the proposed PD modification provides a smart shuttle connection internal to the site, a key consideration of the RAC designation areas within the future land use plan. And 4, the requested PD modification provides privately developed affordable housing as called for by key action item 11 in the land use plan. This is your action item for tonight. Again, tonight you're having your public hearing on this item. We are scheduled to be back at your August 13th meeting, and that's when you would take action if you feel so moved to do so. If you have any questions at this point for me, I also want to let you know the applicant is here and they have a presentation and video for you all. So again, if you would like to hear from them first, or you can let me know how you would like to proceed.
Councilmember Rabadi with a question?
Yeah, will the applicant presentation, there were a lot of potential modifications there. Will the applicant presentation include actual photos of the proposed materials? Because drawings aren't really evocative of what's it's going to actually look like and what the modification requested actually is.
The applicant presentation will have a video and they will go over that information. So,
okay, yes. Great.
I will turn it over to them now.
Actually, Councilmember Fender, question first.
So has the PCB seen this most recent plan?
No, the changes were minor enough where further PZB review was not deemed necessary.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see the changes as being minor, so I was surprised. I'm surprised it didn't go in front of the PCB again. But all right, thank you.
Is it the will of the council to go ahead, have the applicant give us the presentation, and we'll see where we are from that? Okay. Yes, please.
Thanks, Brittany. Good evening, Mayor Cowley, Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, if you're still on, and members of the Town Council. I'm Neil Ghosh, attorney with the Morningstar Law Group in Durham, and I'm here tonight representing the owners of the majority of Park West Village. I want to start first by thanking staff for their presentation. This project has gone through several revisions, and I think Brittany did a wonderful job highlighting the various changes that were made throughout the life of the project. We do have several members of our team with us tonight, but primarily you'll be hearing from me, Tom Lowell, who's with the ownership group, and Mike Copeland, the architect of the project. Before I do turn it over to Tom, I just want to say that our team is very proud of the project that we have brought before you today, which will usher in the next season of life for Park West Village. Real estate is an ever-changing target, and it's important to be nimble at key moments in the life of a project, in order to respond to market demands, changes in lifestyles, new trends, technologies, and that's what this request is about. So I'll turn it over to Tom to speak a little bit more on that.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here before you to present the project and what we think is going to be a dynamic addition and renovate or redevelopment of part of Park West, which is right now struggling, honestly, because of some of the tenants that are there, the uses that are there, and so forth. I do want to thank staff and all their support in working through this. It has been a long process. And a lot of the staff members were not there at the beginning of Park West. So there was a lot to go through and uncover and work through. And I think they did a fantastic job. And I'm here because I want to make sure everybody understands that Casto, we are committed to continuing to try to make Park West a relevant and premier mixed-use location in this area. We're committed to continue that evolution that Neil just mentioned that has to occur as these projects live through their lifespan and as we in society start changing how we do things and how we live. So with that, I just thought I would go through very quickly a little history on the project. It was approved in 2008 as mixed-use development under the old zoning code. Started development in 2010 with the first phase opening in the fall of 2011. And all the infrastructure, the off-site roadway and all the other infrastructure was constructed during that first phase. Over the next 5 years or so, the rest of the project was developed out in phases. Through that process and during that time frame, there were several minor modifications that staff dealt with, such as things like adjusting sizes of building, maybe location, maybe some parking configurations and things like that that did not affect the character of the project. But there were also some other rezonings that came before prior boards that included in 2014 adding additional residential units on the main street, which is now the district lofts. So we went from 350 units to 380 units. But it allowed us to create that mixed-use environment with the living above the commercial space. In 2016, we came back to you because we had fast casual wanting drive-thrus. So you have all these restaurants that traditionally had not wanted drive-thrus, now did. That's Panera Bread. So you had that evolution of those things that are occurring. And then in 2020, we came back to you to add what was the former Earth Fair building into the project, into the PD, because we had a tenant that was coming in who wanted specific things to be able to be accomplished, such as a mural on the side of the building. At that time, it was not allowed. Unfortunately, the tenant changed their mind, didn't do it, but it is part of the project, and Trader Joe's is there. So that's the Trader Joe's property. So you can see that there's been changes that have occurred along the way that react to the marketplace. What's happening in the marketplace? How do we live? What are we doing? The entitlements that occurred in 2008 included 750,000 square feet of retail and commercial space, 50,000 square feet of office, 140 hotel rooms. And the board approved 350 residential units. All of our traffic studies and our evaluation were based upon 425 units. And we did not go back and change anything and go back and adjust our offsite improvements or anything to reduce that. We kept it at the 425 and built out all those improvements to that level. The 2016 rezoning was the last one that really adjusted any of those elements and those uses within it, which reduced the retail commercial to 728,500 square feet. Kept the office at its, and hotel at their accounts. And then we had already, in 2014, increased the residential units to 380, but it added the fast casual as a separate use. And those additional trips that were in the original traffic study were folded back into everything else. In 2020, when the Earth Fair or the former Earth Fair property was added, there were no other adjustments to these things other than bringing that property in, and it had done separate traffic studies when it was developed as a separate property. So that brings us to where we are today and kind of why are we here. We've had a lot of changes that have occurred since the project had its inception in 2007, and the development occurred in 2010, starting construction when nothing else of this nature was occurring across the country. And through those 5 years that we built it out, there were other additional changes. We're now even further out from that. And we've had significant events that have occurred that are changing the way we frequent these kind of spaces and what we want out of them. And I say we because I'm part of that. And what are those things? Let me just back up and say, what's on the screen is the overall Park West. The largest building, kind of the O1 on there is Target. And the area that's highlighted with the green is kind of the area of reference that we're working on here and what we're here to talk about. And that's the area where we have an existing theater that is just not getting the attendance, and it's not creating the activity that's needed in a mixed-use center like this. Why? A lot of things that have occurred. We have a lot of lifestyle changes that have occurred. Entertainment, streaming. How many streaming services do we all have? I can guarantee it's probably more than we all want, self included. Movie industry has had significant changes as part of this as well. Dining has changed. Dining is almost more of an entertainment option now than it used to be, right? We need a compelling reason to be out at a restaurant, whether that's local fresh food, specific chefs, the environment, how it engages with the outside environment, whether it's inside or outside. There's a lot of different things we look at to say, this is a place I want to go and have that experience. That's very much changed from the days of the chain restaurants and so forth. Shopping has changed, and certainly COVID has expedited that. It's not just the online, it's the fact that it's home delivery, it's I'll order and pick up. We don't go in and frequent the stores as much as we used to. So things have changed in that environment as well. Living, people want to live near commercial space. They want to be in a walkable community, dynamic places to live where I can walk down to dining, where I can walk over to the grocery store, where I can walk to these different places or have entertainment and other things, which again is dining, or it could be outside in an outside space where it's passive use. I want to be near those kinds of things, which is really the mixed use environment. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're really trying to create more of a mixed use environment for this space. When we look at what's happened certainly since COVID, but it was happening prior to it, and COVID certainly expedited that, is the movie industry has had, and the theaters have had the most impact from that time frame. From shutting down for COVID, shutting down movie production, you have releases going direct to streaming, you've had strikes, so the content that's coming out is not necessarily going to the theaters, or it's going in such a reduced time frame that the theaters are having challenges, and certainly ours is. Now, You got to also remember that there's another theater across the street. That was never the plan from the beginning, to have two theaters next to each other. Again, things changed in the marketplace that allowed that theater to continue to exist. They went into bankruptcy, somebody bought them, decided to keep it open. That was not what was expected to happen and occur. So you have those other things now affecting the movie industry and how we go to movies, if we go. I guarantee, I know people have been there and probably been one or two people in the theater with them. So you can get a private showing if you want. Well, that's not sustainable. So you have this declining attendance. COVID occurs and the original operator decides not to reopen. They left. So we would have had a vacant theater if we didn't step in and bring in another operator to say, keep the theater open because we need it open for the overall center. We're doing that at a loss, and it's just not sustainable. So as we do that, we have to look at what do we do next to try to create this dynamic environment. Is it reusing the building? Okay, if it is, what are the uses? Those uses have to be a 7-day-a-week operation. It can't be a part-time operation. So that's a very important component to think about when you start thinking about a theater building and how you reuse it. Because theater buildings typically are not highly adaptable to other uses. You have to be able to create a wide open space for other people to be able to come in and try to use it for different types of things. Whether that be, say, you want to put a pool in, or indoor swimming, you want to put bowling and so on. You have to be able to create that open space inside the building to be able to do that. Unfortunately, this building, when it was built by the original theater operator, was built with concrete exterior walls and concrete interior walls. So we cannot create that open space to accommodate any of these other types of uses. So we're in a difficult position of trying to figure out, where do we go? What do we do? And again, it goes back to the things that we're thinking about, is what are we trying to do with this? Just fill a box, or are we trying to create a space that's going to be long lasting? It's going to meet the needs of how everybody lives today. And that's where we started looking back and saying, we've got to create this dynamic, energized environment. It's got more usable space outside where people are going to frequent. They're going to be there. We need people coming back into that space because they want to spend time there. Again, it's that kind of mix of uses. It's living, it's the commercial space, and it's that engagement of restaurants to that outside space. And those are the things that are just so dynamic that we need to have, that we just don't have right now. And we'll get to, I'm going to have Michael come up and go through the plan in a moment. But I just want to go back and kind of go over quickly why we're here for rezoning. One, it's the site plan modification to adjust the building size, change the use. It's modifying driveways. So there is a site plan component to that that's changing. It's adjustment to the entitled uses. So we're reducing the retail commercial. We're making some adjustments within the office and the hotel, bringing the hotel down to 125, which more fits into the number of hotel rooms that you see today in the hotels that would frequent this or be likely to be located here. And adding 250 additional residential units. We're also going through and clarifying, adjusting, making some modifications to the architectural standards, which are still consistent with the UDO, but what it does for us is allows us to go after tenants and go after people who want to create unique space for their storefront. And that then creates more of that dynamic environment that you want to have. So as tenants go out, we want to be able to bring in those folks that may have a different idea of what they want to present that is phenomenal, but it may not be 100% consistent with, say, what the code says, and we get kind of in a difficult situation where we're not able to accommodate those needs. Bringing in the different architectural materials, again, it just goes back to that. It's creating these unique storefronts for those folks. And then the last part is just going back through the MUPD document to bring it up to today's language in the UDO so that it makes it easier for all of us to carry this project forward. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Michael to kind of walk through the project and show you the video.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Appreciate this opportunity. My name is Michael Copeland. I'm with Land Design. I'm a senior designer there, and we are part of the team who collaborated on this project design. And what we've done besides helped the development team with elements of this rezoning as well as elements that are by right or minor amendments, we wanted to, as part of this meeting, put together this 3D fly-through graphic to help illustrate the vision and the intent of this project, as well as some of the more specific design elements of the project that is proposed. Before I press play, I just wanted to kind of orient everybody because we're kind of jumping in almost right above the roundabout at Park West Village. So straight ahead is Market Center Drive, and that kind of goes off to the left, which you can then see this bus here. So that's where the proposed Go Carry bus stop is. The Target building and parking is just off to the left, and then Ulta, and then Home Goods and Trader Joe's beyond is off the screen to the right. And then as I press play, I'm just gonna basically highlight some of the features of each portion of the plan as we go. It does go kind of fast, so we can come back if we need to talk about some of the elements. As we're flying through the project per se here, to the left we have a reactivated or activated green space to the left. And that helps, just provide a little bit more activation and experiential placemaking there. And part of the project was also creating this gateway as you enter the project. The lanes that are now off the screen, because this does move fast, but are also realigned off the roundabout for basically an ease of wayfinding and safer travel lanes, as well as safer pedestrian crossings throughout the project. As we look down that street towards the hotel proposed in the distance, we're kind of highlighting the enhanced landscape elements. And then straight ahead is the new stage and overhead canopy as part of that new event lawn. And this lawn here, again, is part of the design to help create flexibility, and as well as that space in front of the new Bad Daddy's location for outdoor dining and seating. And then as we approach the front of the mixed-use building, we have a number of outdoor rooms designed as part of this element with shaded overhead structures, potentially a beer garden or outdoor seating space for a restaurant there on the left, with residential above. And as we pan around, there is proposed another residential or food and beverage space there to the left. Firebirds, which is existing, and as we kind of make a 300 or 180 degree view, that is the West Green proposed park, which essentially doubles the usable park space. This is looping. So I can leave it at that. I can walk back through it, or we could continue on. And there was another slide up there, I guess, can we, tab back to the presentation? And again, happy to answer questions as they come up. Thank you.
Councilmember Rabati, do you have something? Oh, okay.
So thanks, Michael. The fly-through video really helped put it together for me personally. I hope it resonated with you as well. Michael went through some of these project elements in that fly-through, which we're happy to come back to. And you've seen that before. That's just the redevelopment area. And these are some stills of that fly-through video. So, I'll be the first to admit that there were some missteps along the way with this rezoning request, but I want to say that our team has taken the time and put in the effort to correct those items, and we're proud to present a dynamic mixed-use vision for Park West Village. Look, we're not naive or blind to the fact that multifamily development can be a challenge in Morrisville, which is why we've gotten rid of the pure standalone multifamily we had previously in this request. In fact, that building has been replaced now with a large format building which could accommodate a hotel or other commercial uses. Specifically, residential of any type would not be allowed in that location. The only additional residential units that we're proposing here are those which are vertically integrated with ground floor commercial in the location where the movie theater currently stands. And the project brings about many benefits. As I mentioned earlier, real estate is a moving target. We want to be able to stay fresh, and this request allows the site to revamp, in particular, a building which quickly is becoming obsolete with new business and residential opportunities. The mixed-use building will certainly generate more pedestrian-level activity and create a more pleasant experience overall throughout the center. The project also leans into the town's innovative spirit by accommodating the Smart Shuttle with a centrally located stop and a key destination center. I won't be surprised if the new stop becomes the most used Smart Shuttle stop in the town. And this is an additional stop. The 3 existing transit stops will be maintained as well. Workforce housing. Obviously, the existing units are already in place, but 7% of the new units, all of which will be in the mixed-use building again, will be income restricted to remain affordable at the 80% AMI level. These would likely be some of the most sought-after affordable units in Morrisville, right in the heart of the premier mixed-use destination. And this is a key component that allows people from all walks of life to participate in the momentum that Morrisville has experienced generally. We also have been very thoughtful about the external impacts that additional housing can cause. We've limited all new residential units to no more than 2 bedrooms as sort of a proxy for a number of school-age children that might live there. We did put some numbers together from similarly situated mixed-use projects and found that very few school-age children tend to live in these types of locations, and that certainly is consistent with CASA's experience at their other projects. And let's not forget about the direct impacts that this type of investment will have to the town's coffers. The project will pay more than $500,000, roughly $675,000, in the Parks Payment in Lieu Fund, which, based on the last hearing, I understand that fund is currently at something like $2.3 million, at least that's what was on the slide. And this project alone would, within about a year, if we're moving forward with permits, would increase that 30%. So there's also, of course, that's in addition to the investment that they are putting in already to the outdoor space in Park West Village. So, with this project, not only to get improved outdoor space at Park West Village, but the town also increases its ability to deliver first-class public park elsewhere through the Payment in Lieu Fund. And of course, there's the tax revenue as well. These investments will increase the tax bill on the movie theater site by nearly 4x on an ongoing annual basis. And that's important for you all to consider in your deliberations. Finally, I just want to touch on the work and effort we have put into this project. This project is a shining example, in my opinion, of how the rezoning process ought to work. The applicant has had several meetings with staff, planning and zoning board, elected officials, nearby business owners, and they even had a neighborhood meeting where we sent out 521 mailed notices to area property owners and renters to discuss the project. So I think one thing that cannot be said about this project is that they have not taken community feedback into consideration. If anything, they went out and sought that feedback and made adjustments to their plans based on it. And that's how the process should work. This project has been improved by being shaped in the image of the community through the feedback we've received throughout the process. And I know some of you attended the neighborhood meeting, and if you attended that meeting, I think you know the project has come a long way from when we first submitted. Certainly there were some questions at that meeting, but no one expressed opposition to the requested changes. And I think that speaks volumes. You all have a tough job, but I think the question before you tonight is pretty simple. The requested changes are limited in scope to the movie theater area and the new hotel site. We have proposed a dynamic mixed-use project with new business opportunities, workforce housing, robust open space, transit infrastructure, and walkability. The question in my mind is whether the thing that we're proposing, is better than what will otherwise likely become a boarded up or vacant movie theater. I'm very interested to hear your feedback and questions on this. Our team is available. And I do want to thank you sincerely for your time tonight. The hour is quite late, but we appreciate all of your feedback and candor on this. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Rabati?
Yeah, when you say that the only new residential that you're adding is in the movie theater area, but that's 250 additional apartments. That's quite a bit of residential.
Correct, and if I was reading the other, looking at the other presentations correctly, that's on the same scale as what's, the town center residential area. It's 250 in a mixed-use format, ground floor commercial. It's that type of development that I think the town is also going for.
Right, but those areas were specifically designed to include high-density residential. This area was designed to be entertainment, dining, residential, but I feel like with the movie theater leaving, what's really left out there to form the entertainment component of the project?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think that's actually a lot of the challenge that Casto is trying to solve, something that Tom touched on in his presentation. The issue, I think, really is that the form of entertainment has changed. I mean, there's no question about it. People are not going to the movie theater. So the movie theater no longer serves an entertainment function, but it certainly did at some point. And the question is, what are people doing for entertainment? Because, like you said, this area is supposed to be a regional activity center, kind of a destination. And the way, what we're seeing in the market is that the dining in particular has become a form of entertainment where people are spending, first of all, a lot more money to go out to eat. And maybe they're doing it less frequently as individuals, but that's what people are doing for entertainment. They're not, we're not seeing a lot of people go spend a lot of time shopping, right? So the retail component is also quite limited. And the way that this center is laid out as it is already, it's hard to envision some sort of large-scale like outdoor activity, which I'm not sure is really going to drive the economics of the project. So really the entertainment proposition here is adding the new restaurants and commercial opportunities. That is what drives entertainment, and also improving significantly the outdoor experience and the kind of lawn area. A little bit of what you can see on the slide here. We're through this rezoning more than doubling what the existing open space offerings at, just in terms of square footage at Park West Village, but we're also providing far more amenities in that area to really encourage people to spend time at the center, in particular outdoors, do kind of events, that type of thing. That's the entertainment proposition with this redevelopment.
So, and what other large-scale entertainment concepts did you consider? Because, like, I personally, I've seen Defy Gravity in a similar footprint to the movie theater, or some type of other entertainment situation like that, because I think those places, as movie theaters are going down, and I've certainly been the only person in a movie theater several times in the past year. I'm not suggesting that you keep the movie theater, but what other large footprint entertainment did you consider before? Sure. I feel like it's now packed with apartments, and I would just like to know what else you consider.
Sure. I think a couple of things to think about on this is you have a Defy Gravity, already in location or something of that nature. So you're not going to end up with those on every corner. So once you have one located, you kind of lock some others out. So there are then limited uses of what you can do. We have looked at all kinds of things from, restaurant uses, cutting down the theater component of it and leaving some of those, bringing in, the bowling and the other activities, rock climbing, other things like that. But we have rock climbing across Morrisville Parkway. So you have all these other different kinds of things, swimming, swim clubs and things like that. But again, you have to be able to create that open space within that building to allow those things to occur. So when you go into a theater, you have to understand that that wall that you're looking at on the side is a 42-foot, 14-inch thick, multiple pieces of concrete that they cannot just cut through and open up. So you can't create that wide open space to be able to go in and put the pools in and do all these kinds of things and allow that to occur. Right. So when you go back and look, you say, what other kinds of uses are? They all have, space needs. And when you start looking at a theater, you know, an individual auditorium doesn't necessarily meet the needs of all those folks.
Right, but you have to knock the theater down no matter what you do.
Excuse me?
You have to knock the theater down no matter what you do. on this
Potentially.
site. Well,
Yeah, I mean, we've tried to
not
look at,
potentially.
our first thing is to look at trying to reuse the building in place. So going in and putting in a defy gravity, say, or something like that, the issue is it does not create what we're trying to create there, which is that dynamic environment. They may bring in traffic and people sitting, you know, going in and out. Again, we want people to be there to engage in the outside environment, to engage in the restaurants, to engage in whatever programming that we continue to do or add to it. So those uses are typically destination type uses and don't necessarily translate to the broader center.
Right, but you already have 380 apartments full of basically a captive audience for whatever businesses you put there. I am really struggling with 250 additional apartments on this site. I frankly just think that's too many.
And I'm interested to hear why that might be the case. You know, we've looked at this from the traffic side. The trip budget doesn't actually change. So we've already done all of the road improvements that would be necessary to accommodate that kind of the traffic that would be expected from those types of units. That's already been done based on the build out of the center, you know, in 2008 or whatever. But the town's comprehensive plan does call for this to be a regional activity center, which the primary use, and staff feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but the primary notion there is that it would be a mixed use center, that it would have a mix of uses, and that is exactly what we're proposing here. We're getting rid of the movie theater in this case and putting in a mixed use building. I hear what you're saying about standalone apartments, and we had that in our proposal when it went to the Planning and Zoning Board. We had a standalone multifamily building in addition to this mixed use building, but we understand that that is the challenge, and that doesn't necessarily on its face meet the call of the comprehensive plan. But I think what I'm failing to understand, and what I'm struggling with is, why is a mixed-use, vertically integrated mixed-use building not consistent with a regional activity center? If it's not that, then I think what we're talking about here is kind of strip center development or power center type of development for retail and commercial, which I don't think is consistent with what a regional activity center is supposed to be. And we've worked closely with staff on this. My understanding is that a mixed-use, vertically integrated mixed-use building is precisely what a regional activity center calls for.
So I reviewed the study on the number of school-aged children, and so do you know how many school-aged children currently live in the existing 380 apartments?
Do you know? I know we've pulled some numbers on other projects.
I can't answer about the Bristol, because what we did in that study and the information provided is we went back and we had our management company, which is one of the top and largest national management company, go back and look at all the properties that they manage in Wake County, which is between 75 and 100, and find only those that had 1 and 2 bedroom units. Because it's not a fair comparison to go back and say, when we're proposing to restrict to 1 and 2 bedroom units, to then compare it to something that has 3 bedroom units, right? So that's what you had in the package, was a comparison of the properties that they were able to find, that they manage, and they have the data of how many school kids are at those complexes that are limited to 1 and 2 bedroom units. I mean, our district lofts right now, I think the number might have been 3, but it's about 3% of the units or when you look at the school-age kids, it's about 3% of the total units. So we have 114 units. We ended up, I think we had 3. And the others are fairly consistent on the average on that.
Because usually when we talk about apartments, adding apartments, we talk about 2 major areas of concern. And the one is the number of school-age kids. And I did see the figures that indicate that there would be projected that in this expansion, that there would be school-age kids in the single digits, which I think is fine. But then you're also talking about, I understand that the idea that people that live here would stay here. You know, they would live, work, and play here, right? But the fact is, they're going to need to go to work. They're going to travel along Morrisville Parkway, which is already, we always talk about the problems with Morrisville Parkway that currently exist without adding 250 additional households to them. So I understand that you're saying that you did a traffic study, but the traffic study wasn't done back in 2008, right? I mean, it was more recent.
So I think the original traffic study was done back then, the traffic impact analysis, and we do have Travis Fluid here with Gillian, but the traffic generation study was done more recently with this with this project. So I think what you're saying is correct. I mean, the full traffic study was done in 2008. We did the traffic generation study, with this project. So recently, I don't know when, I guess last year.
Last year. Okay, so what traffic mitigation measures were recommended as a result of that study?
No additional traffic measures as a result of the study. And I think the point is, because Park West Village already built out all of its traffic improvements based on the full build out of what was approved in 2008. So they did all of their road improvements based on the full build out of that zoning, and yet they've never built out that full zoning.
But wasn't the full zoning only for 475 apartments?
And 750,000 square feet of commercial, which hasn't been built, and so it's all of that together. That is the infrastructure they put in back then, and because they haven't fully built it out, there are, let's say, additional trips in the budget that were never used, so to speak. And with these changes, that budget doesn't actually adjust to a point where more mitigations are being recommended on the road network.
Okay, so what's the delta between what was originally approved and what is, because I understand the delta between what's there now and what would be there, but what's the delta between what was approved and what would be there?
I don't know if Travis, if you can speak to that as far as number of trips.
I'm talking about land uses, like how many additional apartments, how much additional retail.
Oh, okay, sure. Oh, you would.
Right. So in the original approval, there were 350 residential units approved, and that was increased to 380 in 2014, and now we're asking for an additional 250. In the original approval, the retail commercial was at 750,000 square feet. We're reducing that to 663,000 square feet approximately. Had 50,000 square feet of office, that's been increased to 75,000 square feet. And the hotel rooms were at 140, and that's been reduced to 125. And out of all those other adjustments, the fast casual came out as a separate category with the drive-through, so it has a separate line item. So all those adjustments work within the overall trips that were utilized from the original study. You have some ups and downs, but it keeps you within that zone, that same numbers.
But see, when you talk about behavioral changes driving land use, I would think that one of the major behavioral changes driving land use is people not going to the office anymore. You're adding a ton of office space here.
Not on this current site plan. It's an allowed use up to a certain number. Okay. But it's not proposed to be in that. Right now, we couldn't get financing on an office building.
Yeah.
I think that is worth mentioning. Just I kind of think of this rezoning request as kind of two separate items. There's the PD document itself, which there are changes in it, and that's where those changes in uses live. But what's being developed, that's that site plan. So the only thing that we're talking about being developed here is that hotel commercial site, and then the mixed-use building where currently there's a movie theater. That's all that we're talking about being built with this rezoning request. The additional office space that is, being adjusted in the use table in the PD, none of that's actually being built. And if I understand correctly, we would have to come back in front of you all if we were going to put like an office building up. We have to come back for that.
Yeah, but you're not going to do that. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that's not proposed right now. That's
Okay.
correct.
And one more question, the retail, I saw that you can't put a crematorium there, which I appreciate, but we recently had a ton of discussion about vape shops and the like. Is that a prohibited use? Because I'd like to see that added to the documentation if so.
We already have private operating agreements with the major anchor that would not allow us to do that.
Perfect.
So,
Okay.
and that's a recorded document.
Great, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think vape shop, for example, is not a UDO use, so we couldn't prohibit it, so- but it's prohibited by Target for that matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
So since we're talking about traffic, because you're right, every time we talk about any project in town, traffic is always the number one issue. We want to understand trip generations, and then if it's residential, what does it do to the schools? So while we're talking about traffic, I thank you for the chart you put in here, which shows the comparison between the original TIA that was done in 2008 and the one, I still can't find the date when you did this one, but yeah, and it might be worth putting that chart up there. The 2024, you call it the rezoning land uses, and how the uses have changed, and therefore the trip generations have changed. And I'm actually surprised that I see it's improved. So are you putting that chart up or no? It's table 2 in the Kimley Horn report.
Yeah, I don't know if we have the report.
Okay, well
on
that's
this
okay.
one.
We have it in our material, but so anyhow, so I'm not surprised that there's not additional road improvements necessary based on the information that you have in the report. So. And honestly, I'm not sure what else you would do out there, quite frankly. Anyhow, and as long as we're talking about traffic, you talked about the new bus stop and where it's going to be located, and you talked about Go Carry. Have we put that stop? Is that an additional stop for us on our smart shuttle? And has the town of Morrisville agreed to that spot, that location? Are we adding that to our smart shuttle?
Yeah, so Caleb has reviewed that and has been coordinating with them throughout the review process.
Okay, so we haven't added it yet.
No, it hasn't been added yet.
Are we going to add it?
Yes.
Okay. Because I hear you can do your part, but then we have to do our part.
Oh, I see the distinction you're making. And yeah, we have been working with the town on that. And I mean, this was a how should I say it? Targeted area for the smart shuttle. I mean, this is going to be in their, in their estimation, a very, very much a use location, use stop.
I like the idea that's internal, because the two now are kind of on the fringes of the development, and there's been feedback that that's not really great. I'm not sure I would eliminate the one that's closest to Trader Joe's, though, because I think that would. But you're saying this is in addition.
Yeah, we're not eliminating any of the stops actually. So this would be an additional stop. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And could we go back to the slide where you show how you're going to tear down the movie theater and redo it? The surrounding, is it a 4-story? I know you have a limit in height, but yeah, that's fine. That's a 5-story building.
Yeah, we're limited at 75 feet for max height, which would, generally speaking would allow up to 5 stories. I mean, that's roughly that.
Yeah, the existing mixed-use buildings where the district lofts are, those are 4-story.
That's where I'm going.
So this would be a 5, and it might have a little bit of a component that's 6. But I think when you look at this, you can see in the image you provided, it all kind of fits in context. And it's very important because that helps create that environment, that space and that sense of place and that experience that's there, that you have that kind of surroundings.
So yeah, we've heard that before. When we talked about our town center, we talked about how the structure itself creates that environment for you. So that'll bring me to, if you could bring up the other slide then that shows close up of that building with the outdoor entertainment.
It's
It
a
was the
different
one where you, oh, maybe it was in the video. I'm sorry. It probably, maybe it was, you had a better, you had, maybe if you go, thank you.
Yeah, why don't you, so you want to see the actual movie theater
Yep,
location?
right, like right
Right
in
here.
this
Okay.
area, and actually in front of where it says Park West Village and Beer House, and you're anticipating that whole area. Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
That whole area is going to be outdoor for all the restaurants that are there, or is this open area too for the public?
Yeah, so
Just
generally
curious.
on that side of the street, that would be geared towards the outdoor seating, outdoor dining for restaurants in that area. The lawn on the other side of it, so I know the video flips around, right?
That's the more public area.
Well, so that section is, they're both public, right? But this section is more for, let's say, gathering, entertainment, as opposed to dining specifically.
Yeah, and everything is public. One of we as part of the process, the design process, the conversations we've had along the way of going through this process, our intent as a team is to design as many potential spaces for flexibility as possible. So this oval that we can see here is really for, currently there are programmed events, concerts, outdoor movie or outdoor concert series, hopefully movie series also. But, this is for the more intimate gatherings. And then this outdoor Bosque-styled seating area is also, it's hard to see in this specific shot right here, but there's a little bit of it's like a welcome mat almost to the Bad Daddy's, the future Bad Daddy's store. So what that does is it helps provide some space for people to gather, to sit and eat, but also even kids' play area. We can't put playground equipment out here, like we're not doing a traditional playground, but the intent is to kind of have a mixture of different spaces within this. And then the last thing I was going to mention is, it's hard to see right here off to the left side, but the intent is to bring that whole area up to grade, which means two things. An event can happen in this space without closing down traffic, first of all, but if it's a big enough event, we could actually limit traffic or even close down, say, this one road for a big event, and this entire space, including the front of that mixed-use building, can become part of that experience, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Let me just add to that. Our intent in doing all of this is to try to create that space that's going to allow us to, number one, continue to do the events and the programming that we do. We do not want to stop that. We want to make it more efficient and better and more inviting to everybody. Right now, you have 2 one-ways going around a small area. This area is more than double that space, and we've created a 2-way street to the side, so it becomes a safer space, and it's more programmable. And then we're able to chop it up into some different pieces where you've got some events that can be on a stage. You've got other areas which are very passive, where people can just go sit, go get your coffee from somewhere, go get your drink, whatever it is. Sit, hang out, talk, do business, whatever you want to do. And as far as the playground area, it's not intended to be like we have out there today. It's intended to be kind of more of a natural mounding, and maybe you have a pipe or something, where the kids are crawling through and over and they can run around, and you as a parent, a grandparent, can sit there and you can keep an eye on the kids. They're in a safe environment. It's just an activity place to go hang out, meet friends, and go and be there with your family, whatever it is, and be able to enjoy the restaurants. The space that you see up in front of you, it's going to be a mix of some of the things where some restaurants may be there that are going to want to use some of that space, but the rest of it's kind of generally public space. Ideally, if we get in the corner, we could get a tap house or a brewery. That's our intent. That's our goal. That's what we've set up to try to design to get that there. Because we want that social aspect. We want people there to be doing those things, that they want to go there and be there and spend time there.
I think that's I can see that. I see that as the experience. So, but I'm also glad to hear that you're still going to have your music events, because I have been asked repeatedly since it's been out in the public, are you still going to have your, whatever you call them? I know they were in the fall, now then they're spring. If you do them in the spring and the fall, I think people would be happy, because there's a lot of folks. I try to go out there occasionally too when you have them, and there's a lot of folks. You're going to have to close down that street. I know you said you double the size, but.
Yeah, and just the intent is to try to create, again, a safer, more usable, more efficient, and just a far better space.
Okay.
I don't know if I can get to it or not, but by having a two-way street there and coming to that intersection, we don't have to close it down like we do today. So it could allow it to be open, and it's still very safe. You got a curb environment, you got a sidewalk there, so all those activities are even further inside.
Okay, and then just a couple of really quick ones. The new apartment complex that would be in place of the movie theater has its own amenities, pool,
That's right.
Whatever you need
Yep.
these days and everybody wants.
Mhm.
Okay. Sorry, let me make. Oh, impervious, well, thank you for the affordable housing. I appreciate that there is still affordable housing. I'm sorry there's still not the age restricted. That would have been nice, but I appreciate the affordable housing. Impervious surface, I was on that call, and you actually talk about the impervious surface for a minute. I was on that virtual call you had with the neighborhood, and that was a question.
So, yeah, we're increasing the open space, which means we're also reducing the impervious area that's there today.
I know that was a concern on the folks that were on the call, but as with some other things too that you did address, I would tell you I thought a nice job on that call, and I thought the residents that were on the call did a great job too, asking questions and raising their concerns. And then the last thing I'm going to say, at least for tonight, is that I'm not really surprised that you're looking to do some redevelopment, because you're not redeveloping the whole center, that you're asking for some revisions. We've seen newer, we're back 17 years ago when this was approved, when the world was different. People, as you stated in your presentation, shop differently, live differently, and now we've changed. We've seen projects that are newer than 17 years that are being redeveloped today. So the fact that you're coming in and asking for some changes is not surprising to me. We see that across town. Sam's, we saw the old Sam's building that sat empty for many years, couple of years. I don't really remember, maybe 4 or 5 years before council rezoned it, and now it's being put to use. And so that you're coming in and asking for some changes is really not surprising to me, and that you're trying to create a more vibrant, relevant area here is also not surprising, and I think is for me as somebody who shops here is welcomed. And then the last thing I'll say, when the difference between when you got approval at planning and zoning and tonight, you've actually reduced uses. Or you've limited the units that you're requesting.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Anything else?
So yeah, actually, let me answer that question by also addressing something you said earlier, which was related to the age-restricted concept that we had in there. So the age restriction is, sorry to be lawyerly about it, but technically speaking, is a legal way to discriminate on the basis of age. It is regulated by the federal government through the Housing for Old People's Act, HOPA, which is part of fair housing. And so you have to have a minimum of 80% of the units have to be age restricted in order for it to be legal. If you drop under that 80% threshold, you actually lose the protection of the federal government, and now you're discriminating on the basis of age in an illegal way or unconstitutional way. right? So the reason we had that in there before is because we had a standalone building that was a multifamily building. In order to implement an age restriction, it's got to be 8% of that building. On the mixed-use building, we've got the ground floor commercial, and then you've got the residential units above it. We can't actually make it work under HOPA for a portion of that to be age restricted, right? So that's why we got rid of that, because we also got rid of the standalone multifamily building. So that's the other change that happened. So we've reduced the number of units since Planning and Zoning Board, and the way we did that was by getting rid of that building and replacing it instead with a hotel or commercial building opportunity in that same location. So that kind of explains both items.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Fender, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the video and the presentation and kind of bringing us along the journey. I've been on this journey with Tom and others for many, many years. I've been a resident of 20 years, so I've seen the whole project from beginning, being a member of the public, wondering what this was going to be when it grew up, kind of thing. And now we're here with the second generation of change. I am an affordable housing advocate. I have been that for many years, and so the workforce housing element is welcomed. The one thing that I am sensitive to is the duration of the workforce housing agreement. Several years ago, we thought 10 years was good, 15 is good, 20 is even better. We've seen a lot of change in the 17 years of this project and how the world has changed. But the one advantage of having workforce housing in this project is that you will probably need to have people that are working within this area, and this helps support that whole ecosystem. So I see it as an advantage if you extended that from 15 to 20 years, because that kind of future-proofs some of your needs for that development as well. And I think it's also, how are you managing the workforce? It's like some apartments will say it's based on the AMI, the income and so forth, and all the units are identical. They're all identical. They don't have a specific building like you had offered for senior housing in the initial plan. It's just all mixed, and the rate is set by the income of the individuals that are applying for that special market rate adjustment. So is that something that you had even discussed at this point, or is it just still very high level?
So
I see Tom getting
we're at 15 years on the duration, and I think what I've heard you say, just to reiterate, is 20 would be better, and I think that's sure, and we haven't really discussed that, and so that's something that I think we can go back and discuss. As I understand, we'll be back in front of this board on this project August 13th, so I think we can have a discussion in the meantime about that and talk about it. And then I think maybe your other question was, are the affordable units going to look different than the other? So the answer is no, they're all, so it's going to be a rolling, floating opportunity, right? So the commitment here is at 7% of the units, and that's 7% of all the units. So they're all going to be the same units. There's going to be some studios, there's going to be some one beds, and there's going to be some two beds throughout the whole thing, right? So the question will be, at the time of rental, who is coming to rent and what do they qualify for? And any unit would be available as an affordable unit based on that. And our job here will be to get 7% of those units, a minimum of 7% of those units, leased to people who are earning no more than 8% AMI, whether that's for the 1 or 2 bedroom scenario, which there are different rates for 8% AMI rates for those, right? But that's So it could be either, or any, I should say. It could be any room.
That's helpful. Thank you. I've been kind of jotting little notes. Where are people parking for this additional, because the way that you did the renderings, so you removed a physical building to bring it down, or using the same square footage, just maybe modifying and having more 2 bedrooms so that square footage is still the same but less units?
Yeah, right, here we go. So the footprint of the new building is a little bit larger than the footprint of the theater and the surrounding building. So we are encroaching into some of the parking that's there, but all the surface parking is still there to accommodate all these needs. We have and I think if you look and say, we have a lot of parking that gets underutilized today. And I think that's kind of the answer, is that when you look at all this stuff and the amount of parking that we may be reducing is small in comparison to the overall that's provided and the demands.
I would like to see more detail about that analysis, because couple things I'm thinking is that I like the additional node at the entry, inside of the development. But if we're adding 250 more units, that could potentially be, 500 more people. And they need to get around, and they need to move around. And whether they use a car or a shuttle, it seems like there's another need for more public transport or something to get those cars so they're not as intense. I, sometimes go over to the theater now and I can't find a parking spot certain times of the day. But I'm questioning, when you add 250 units, if that can all be absorbed.
So I'm going to assign Travis with you don't have to come up here, but when we come back, I want to make sure we're looking at parking so we can answer this question and we can speak intelligently
I
to.
think we can answer that now.
Sure.
Actually, on the plan that was submitted, the PD plan, there is a parking tabulation which shows the calculated needs and what's provided, and it shows we're in excess. I think that was in Brittany's presentation, where it was somewhere around 750 were needed for that whole area, and we're providing about 900. So,
okay.
So I think they're, and you got to look at it at the kind of the whole quadrant. There's an excess of parking. So I'd love to be out there the days that you can't find parking out there.
It's usually on one side that's closest to Trader Joe's, but
So which is what I was going to get at, which is that. So the center is overparked as it is, but certainly certain areas are more popular than others, right?
Exactly.
That's absolutely true.
And it's about the heat too.
Yeah. With respect to the transit, I mean, we've had conversations and continue to have conversations with not only the town, but the transit authority, Go Cary, Go Triangle. And we are hopeful that transit will take off, but some of the data that we have right now, and I don't mean I mean that just the data that exists right now is a little bit skewed because all of the buses have been fare free for some time. So the ridership is up, but that doesn't necessarily indicate a trend that it will remain up once the fares are not free if they go back to paid fares. So this is something that Go Triangle also is aware of. So I think that the hope here is to make this space and the bus stop convenient for transit, as a mode of travel for everyone, but we don't know what's actually going to happen.
So there's another reason that I mentioned the stop and the proximity to the units. With workforce housing, you might not have people who have 2 vehicles and one person needs to move around. Now, Morrisville is somewhat of an anomaly because we don't have point to point for address to address, and we don't have routes right now. We have an on-demand application, which has a specific node only. And that count and algorithm probably doesn't match what Cary does with their routes or what Durham does to their routes. It's hard to kind of get apples to apples. If you
Yeah,
will.
no, I'm understood, and we're recognizing that as well as we're trying to coordinate with the transit authority.
So I do have a couple of questions about the hotel.
Yeah.
125 rooms. I'm not a hotel person. I've stayed in a lot of hotels, but usually there's meeting rooms in some of the hotels, but it depends on the size. And we desperately need places to meet and gather. And I was curious about the size of the hotel. Would that be something that would be, feasible?
So I think the best way to answer that question is by giving like an example of a type of
Yes.
hotel that might go here. And it's limited, based on the footprint, the available footprint there is limited to what kind of hotel can go there. So what will not go there, just to be clear, is not like a convention style hotel that would have, 100,000 square feet of gathering. That is not going to fit here. But there would be an opportunity here for a hotel with gathering space. I don't know if it's something you can quantify, but I know we were looking at True.
It really comes back to what flag
Yeah.
decides to locate there, whether or not they have any kind of meeting space. But I would say it's going to be on the smaller side if we're able to do that. So, our intent is to continue as we have to try to get a hotel out here because we want that. And what we're committing to here is just designating that as the location. So, if we're able to do that, it'll be determined by that user.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is about stormwater. With the expanded building footprint, was there any additional needs or adjustments to the stormwater requirements?
Yeah, the original stormwater management system was designed to a maximum percentage of impervious. We still haven't achieved that. So the actual, and what we're doing here is we're reducing some of the impervious. So between the two of them, there's no need for any additional stormwater management systems.
Right, so capacity-wise, we're still going to be good. There will be some changes, obviously, to the way the stormwater runs based on these buildings, but that's, that'll be, we're not talking about major changes to the overall capacity or the way that stormwater is managed at this site.
I thought of one more thing, and I apologize. Are you thinking of maybe putting solar panels, maybe, in any of this design?
I can tell you we have tried and looked at this for a long time on different things. We tried it with the district station. The economics didn't work. And the environment with the utility provider was not conducive to that at that time. This is something that we have talked about, and we are continuing. We've talked with folks about evaluating it and looking at it. So it is something that we are interested in. I can't commit to say that we're going to do that because, again, it comes back to what's the environment, what are the economics, what's the environment with the utility providers, and can that all work? But it is something we certainly are going to evaluate.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fender, please, followed by Councilmember Rao.
Yeah, so sticking with the solar, you got me thinking now. Thank you. So how long ago did you look at the economics of it?
That was probably 6-7 years ago, maybe.
Okay.
And I know the environment has changed with Duke, and there's a lot of different things that are open now. So we've had discussions with folks who do that evaluation and will do the design. We're not at that point to be able to dig deep into it to evaluate how it works. And generally for, say, a mixed-use building like that, it's going to serve the common areas. So
Yeah, there's nothing
deal
wrong
with
with that. I would invite you to look at the viability of it as well. Things have rapidly changed with cost. I still have a feeling you are not taking it seriously. And it's not just about economics, and whether it's going to be able to pay for itself within a certain payback time. It's about doing what's right for the environment as well.
It's also about the amount of battery storage and other things that you have to create
You don't
for
have
an
to
event.
have battery storage.
Well, then you're back onto the grid, and that's where it kind of
Right.
starts to look at. There's a whole evaluation that goes through that, and I can say.
And I
We
understand
are
that.
seriously going to look at it. I just can't commit to say
Right.
that will happen right in this moment.
Well, you don't need to have battery storage. If you're automatically going to that thinking, then you're shooting yourself in the foot. Anyway, that I got other questions too. So I'm trying to get my head wrapped around exactly what has changed from when you first presented this to the PZB. It sounds like you have reduced the number of apartments by, what is it?
60.
60, and you've increased the retail space by how many square feet?
Well, on the site plan, we didn't change the overall.
No, I'm talking about, I went back to the presentation that was given to PCB back in November, December,
Right.
and it
So-
looked like,
So you gotta understand, part of that is you have, as Neil said before, you have what's physically being proposed to be built and what's entitled. So when the reduction in the residential units occurred, those trips that were in the traffic.
I'm not
center went
asking
back-
about
went
trips, I'm
back in-
asking about
But they
retail
went back into
space.
increase the uses back up, the allowable use.
I'm asking about retail
Mm-hmm.
square feet. So did it increase from when you originally presented it to
No.
planning and zoning?
No.
Okay, so the only thing that's changed is just reducing the number of apartments.
As far as the number, the overall uses, I think that's a fair statement. The site plan obviously changed.
Right. So when this was first presented 7 months ago, we had a lot of opposition from the public with this development. We heard a lot from residents, emailed us. I heard them, face to face. And the only thing I see changing now is just a reduction of apartments. I mean, you talk a lot about activating spaces and engaging people, but really you're just adding apartments and hoping for some additional restaurants. There's no entertainment except the possibility of outdoor movies or concerts in that green space. But then you're eliminating a source of entertainment, and I get it, but you're not adding anything.
Ironically, I feel like
you're not adding anything to bring people to the location.
Ironically, I feel like the program is very similar to the town center that was presented earlier, as far as the mix of uses and the kind of the strategy for engagement there. There is outdoor activation. We're increasing that open space. We read the emails that came in about this project as well. A lot of them were related to not wanting the theater to be torn down. That might be a lot of people's concern. However, the theater is going to stop operating. That part is, that's
right. And a lot of the
not exactly
opposition was with the addition of apartments. So
which we got rid of the apartments and are only
Can I
using.
finish my sentence, please? One of the other questions I had was, what's the percentage of 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom?
We haven't designed to that level, so we don't have that split.
Okay. Will you have that split before we vote?
I think
It's likely to be in the 60% one and 40% twos. So the twos will be the lower number on that side.
All right. And then lastly, talking to workforce housing, I agree with Councilmember Scroggins Johnson. Really, the standard for the duration these days is 20 years, not 10 and not 15. So I would like to see that changed with your plan here as well. And I'd also like to see, instead of 7%, 10% workforce housing. Otherwise, you're not doing a whole lot different than what you presented months ago. So, and I was opposed to it then, and as it stands now, I'm still opposed to this.
And I just want to make sure I understand your feedback. Suppose we were able to go to 20 years and 10%, are you saying you would be in favor of the project at that point?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rao, please.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank, excuse me, I want to thank Casto and Park West for your investment in Morrisville all these years. And, I think that a lot of my questions have already been raised, but just a couple of points I want to bring up. I think that I understand totally the need for you to redevelop. Particularly recently, we've been hearing from experts out there at the Commercial Real Estate Forum in Morrisville that the chamber hosted about the challenges of office vacancy. So in the past, I've always pushed Park West that, in the original plans, and I wasn't on the council then, it was sold as a live, work, and play environment. But the office, Tom, you've been saying for a long time, but now it's even worse. So the idea of having large office space is kind of like unrealistic. I was always curious as to why you couldn't just tear down the hotel, the theater, and have a large hotel there. Some of the public is always asking me that. And when I go to North Hills, for example, I see the Renaissance, and then you see everything there. So I'm just curious, of why that is. But so if you could answer that question, that'd be great. The second thing, just to get it out there, is, I would like to see, I'm in support of Councilmember Fender's requirement of more affordable housing. That would be very important for me in order of approving this project, just given the inflationary times. I was even thinking 15%, but 10% would be fine. And I don't know whether there would be an opportunity for us to, the only concern I have, and it's not to be critical of you, because I look at this as a collaborative partnership. I don't want this to be a situation where, and I can only speak for myself, but I want you to be successful. I don't want to just say, well, I don't want this, right? But you also have to look at it from our perspective. You've already completed a lot of apartments, because I run on that parkway at least twice a week after I swim, and so I see them done. But now you're asking us to approve another 250 all at once, and it just seems like a lot. So I don't know whether there's an opportunity to phase it. Could we do 150 or 175 in the first year and get those going, and then do the other half so we can reduce the impact of traffic and infrastructure. The other thing I've always wondered is, maybe we're not being innovative enough about how to create these activity centers, because if you look at, forget RTP, Hub RTP, but if you just look at like Boxyard, which is like 15,000 square feet, that was basically just vacant land, and they've reactivated that place it's literally crowded 7 days a week with all kinds of events, all kinds of activities. So I think that kind of, I've always wondered why we couldn't get some of that going in Park West, because even the mayor and I recently were approached by a major entrepreneurial guy that lives in Morrisville who's very involved with Raleigh Founded. And so a lot of these startups that come up, they don't have a good place to go. And so if you look at like Building 800 at Frontier, it's, okay, 300,000 square feet, but they've got about 10,000 square feet or, for lab space and things like that. So I always think of you, Tom, when I go out there to say, God, if we have something like this in Park West, if offices could rent, entrepreneurs to go get, $500 or $700 a month, that's going to pick up the revenue you're losing by a theater that just isn't doing anything, right? So I just want to throw that out there. Would that be an option that we could factor into this? So the first question is, why couldn't the hotel go there where the theater is? And, or is that just not viable?
Yeah, so the original entitlement for a hotel is 140 hotel rooms. That movie theater site that we're looking at would accommodate a much larger building. So, we're talking about a much larger hotel in that scenario, to fill that whole space. But maybe the question you're asking is, why can't the hotel the 125 room hotel go there along with some other stuff. And I mean, I think the issue with that scenario is we're trying to create a vertically integrated mixed use building, which got to go somewhere, right? So the format, I guess the floor print for the hotel site matches, some of the, I would say, kind of mid-sized hotels. This isn't like a small hotel, but it's not convention center. A mixed-use building that we're talking about is going to be much larger, floor plate, so to speak. So that's one reason why we're not talking about a hotel in that location, because it's a much bigger location than a hotel.
Okay, because I mean, the only reason why I say that is I'm just trying to think out of the box here. We're not voting on this tonight, but I just think that there is a need for, there's even in Morrisville today, there is success in Southport, for example, on refurbishing offices for startups and entrepreneurs. In Southport today, they have a couple of companies that could potentially be valued at $3 billion. One of them is a company that was actually a Bill Gates investment called Sustera, and they're actually moving to Morrisville, and they develop carbon capture technology. So there are a lot of these startups that are looking for offices. So I look at that as that's an opportunity for us to bring in these kind of entrepreneurs, which actually would actually help those entrepreneurs use the breweries, use these restaurants. And I'm not saying we don't have, mixed use is defined as live, work, and play, right? And the only part of this plan missing is the work part. So, I don't know whether there's a way of us, and if you can't do it, that's fine. I just, am curious, or is there a way we could reduce the density and, work to introduce those partners to you so that we could, have mixed use. We're not saying no to the apartments, but have less of it, and then have an opportunity to go and see, okay, could we have a separate building that we could have for entrepreneurs and startups?
So, Councilman Rowe, I appreciate your feedback on this. Let me also just point out that the company you mentioned and the sites you mentioned, so Southport, RTP, Frontier, those are all in areas that are zoned for research and development. That is not what this area is zoned for. So the company that's moving to Morrisville specifically would not be interested in this location because their carbon capture technology that they do, which I think is for like batteries or something like that, if I remember correctly, they couldn't do that in this location based on the zoning. RTP Frontiers zoned similarly, right? It's that's the SRP zoning in RTP in Durham. It's just that zoning is meant to accommodate, let's say, industrial research, right? And so, yeah, they've been able to establish those types of things. I think even Boxyard is in that same kind of similar zoning format as well. That kind of zoning does allow for more innovation. It also allows for heavy industrial type of uses, which is not at all compatible with what I think the center currently is, nor is it consistent with what a regional activity center is described as in the town's comprehensive plan. Now, I do appreciate very much the live, work, play aspect, and in your estimation, the part that's missing is the work. And, that's certainly not something that we've incorporated in our project at this time. It's something that we can look at, but the entitlement, we are still holding on to our office entitlement here overall. It's just that we don't have a plan to implement office at this time in Park West.
Is there any way of reducing the density to 200 units?
I mean, we can look at it, but I guess I don't. I mean, we have gotten rid of the multifamily, which is the primary concern we heard. Density, I mean, that goes directly to the economics of the project, which is going to be very difficult for us to reduce density and still be able to deliver a first-class project.
In addition, the final question, I've asked a lot of questions. You've given me a lot to think about. I do like the infrastructure, the smart shuttle service that's added, or the transit part. To the staff, I would ask, do we have any idea of the property tax investment that would result in this project? I've gotten the PIL, but
I don't have that information tonight, but I can provide that at the next meeting.
okay. I have no further questions at this time, but I want to thank you all for
Commissioner Rao, maybe I can answer a little bit of that question. Is the investment is probably going to be in the tune of $100 million.
Could you repeat that?
The investment that we would be making into this project is probably to the tune of about $100 million.
Okay.
Okay. We have looked at, when you look at the property tax bills for our district lofts, mixed use, you look at the adjacent Bristol and District Station, and when you evaluate what those per unit rates are, just running some numbers at the 250 units, it looks to us that the property tax bill increased by 3 to 4 times. And of course your share would go with that, of the total property tax bill. So, and currently that lot, and I'm just talking about that one lot that the theater is on, that lot this year I think is paying $150,000. The Bristol, I think, is about $640,000. So as a mixed, and that's just standalone multifamily, right? So those per unit somewhere in, I think, the $2,700 per unit. When you go to look at the district lofts, which if you combine the retail and the residential, those numbers go up to somewhere in the order of $3,000 or more per unit. So when you go back and say your share of, whatever the potential tax increases, we think it's going to be at least $200,000 a year.
And that's just property tax.
Just property tax.
And the final question, I promise. I really support you all looking at solar panels and to work with Councilmember Fender on that, because she's just really a great expert on the options there. So that is important to me that you take it seriously, as she said. What about electric charging stations? Is there any opportunity to get creative there to support our sustainability initiatives in the town?
Sure. Yeah, electric charging stations could be included in the project. As a matter of fact, I don't know it from staff yet. We haven't really got to that point to understand how the elements within the UDO will apply to this section and how many charging stations, but we certainly expect that to be part of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think those would be required. So really appreciate y'all bringing this back. Frankly, I was a little surprised it came back looking so similar. I think we take pride in being really collaborative, but I didn't feel like I was collaborated with since the P&Z and you pulled it. Would have loved to have discussions, but once you're in the process, you can't have discussions. But I mean, essentially, as a group or me individually, have an understanding with the residents through these last couple of years and the land use plan that new apartments will be in 3 different places in town, and this is not one of them. So I understand the need to have more heads and beds to activate the Park West. So that's why there's more apartments on Morrisville Parkway, for example. You have the Bristol, you have all the different ones near there. So it is my hope that Park West can continue to be successful without more apartments within Park West. To that end, if you guys just want to do the retail, that's great, that works. If you make it all senior, that could maybe work. If you make it an Embassy Suites, which is 273 rooms, it's a convention-style hotel, it's about a similar footprint, I think that could be acceptable to our residents, and I think the region needs that. So you keep on sort of moving to the other hotel spot, but you have a large space. And you mentioned a couple of times, the theater has to go away. So you're not gonna be able to reuse that. So you can make a swimming pool. You can make all these different things. I would respectfully ask, sharpen those pencils again and bring us back something that we can all be aligned on, including our residents. I was on that call as well. I was, at that time, trying to figure out what was different, and it didn't seem like there was much different. Our residents are not as active this time, but we need to continue to represent their interests. I do not want Park West to become a Carytown Center. We're gonna work really hard with you to make that not happen, but this, as presented now, is not something that I can support.
Understood.
So, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any other statements?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're leaving the public hearing open on this one.
I don't think we opened it.
Okay, we'll go ahead
Did
and
not
open it. Is there any, the public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to speak at the public hearing? Is anyone signed up?
No, sir, we don't have anyone signed up.
Okay. Is there anyone here in the room who would like to speak on this item? Okay.
And we haven't received any emails.
Okay. Is it the will of the council to leave this one open or to close it? Okay. Is that okay with everybody? Leave this one open? Okay, excellent. Back to you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Just to recap, so that we can have those discussions with the applicant, there was discussion regarding extending the workforce housing commitment from 15 years to 20, having the workforce housing, the currently dedicated 7%, likely 10% would be preferable, as well as continue discussion concerning the amount of units, looking at any sort of sustainability that would be solar and EV charging numbers, as well as maybe looking at a larger hotel. I just want to make sure that those are the items. Did I miss anything that you would like considered prior to the next meeting?
I believe that pretty much covers it, unless there's anything else anyone wants to add. Okay.
All right,
Sounds
thank
great.
you. We will see you all on August 13th.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you to the applicant and for the team for coming. Appreciate it. Okay. We're now at council and manager comments. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Johnson, followed by myself.
So just thank you to staff, Brandon, for all the hard work with the cricket tournament the last 2 weeks. Please extend our thanks to everyone. I know we've had some emails about that, but from my perspective, everything ran fabulously. But I know there's always glitches and there's the behind the scene work that I don't see, but you all did an incredible job.
Thank you. And if I may, real quick,
sure,
Mayor, I'm not going to name names because I'll forget someone, but there were a litany of staff from Public Works, Parks and Rec, Police, Fire, other departments lending support, either volunteering or addressing needs out there, including our own. I will mention one person since she's here, who was at the site, I believe, on July 4th on a holiday, trying to make sure that we could have a match on the 5th. So again, that's the kind of staff that we have, that do whatever is needed whenever it's needed to get things done. But thank you, and I will certainly share that.
Did you have anything else? Okay. I had already prepared something in that same direction, so I'd like to just read it. Thank you to our staff and volunteers, residents, and visitors who made our second year of Major League Cricket in Morrisville such a success. The Morrisville attitude of all hands on deck helped people from around the world see Morrisville as cricket's friendliest and most welcoming home address in the USA. So thank you to everyone who did that. Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Fender, please. Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Rao, please.
Yeah, I wanted to thank staff as well. I didn't realize how complicated it was to get us sorted out with tickets. I don't remember it being like that before, but I'm very grateful I had the chance to get the tickets. I was able to, I have these two little boys, 2 houses down from me that every single day they are out in the alley playing cricket, and I've even seen when their grandmother was visiting from India, she was out there pitching it's not a ball, but pitching to them as well. So it made me extremely happy to be able to give those tickets to those two little boys and their parents. And they were exceptionally happy as well. They came by that evening and knocked on my door and thanked me. So I thank the staff for giving me that opportunity to do that for them. So thank you.
That's a really nice story. Councilmember Rao, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Ditto on the MLC, just wonderful. I wrote an article on WRL TechWire, so to save time, if people want to go read it, it talked about diversity and the Morrisville cricket coup. So it was a really good article. Real quickly, I just want to make just a quick statement that it's been a really tough time over the last few weeks, but I'm glad that former President Trump was not assassinated. But more importantly, I really want to thank President Joe Biden for his service to our country for over 60 years as a senator, the vice president, and the 46th president of the United States. I find it fitting that Mayor Colley talked about the man in the arena, but he's certainly been in the arena of public service for a long time, and I personally consider him an American patriot. So I want to thank him for leading our country and look forward to him now getting to the next phase of his life and enjoying some time with his family, and hope our country can get to a point where we're focusing on ballots, not bullets. So hopefully we can tone things down a little bit. And the final thing is I had the honor of hosting a tech roundtable for Congresswoman Ross with Congressman Ro Khanna. And I think it was really interesting what happened last week with the hack, not the hack, but the power outages. So I'm really glad that we're continuing to monitor the importance of cybersecurity, but I think definitely it's becoming a concern, especially with what happened in Apex. So I just think all of us out there should be really careful about the emails that we get, and just if we have any questions, just send it to our technology team. But anyway, great meeting. I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight, and looking forward to a great rest of July. Thank you.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like to say thank you so much to the whole team that made the cricket event so wonderful. It was complicated, and the shuttle worked very smoothly, and parking is always a pain point for our events, but that was really nice. It seemed to really work very well. Next time, can we schedule it 10 degrees cooler? That would be really nice. It was definitely a warm event for sure, but I know that my neighbors were attending. I was like, what are you doing? Oh, we're going to the cricket game. So it's like a whole immersive kind of town experience. So congratulations to everyone for making that a reality. I know that a lot of behind scenes work did happen, but I'm really looking forward to that event where we renamed the town called Morrisville, and that is going to be a really interesting twist, and we're going to switch it up a little bit and raise the bar on the types of s'mores or the flavors of the s'mores and options of the s'mores. What a fun time. So looking forward to that, and seeing those smiley faces and sugary sweet smiles, right? So very good. Thank you.
Anything from staff, sir?
No, sir. Okay. I want to thank everyone for the birthday wishes.
And Councilmember Rao had a birthday recently, so
yeah, thank you, everyone.
Happy birthday.
I'm 40 years old. Okay. I'm 35. I love it. I was 10 when I got elected.
So I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Okay, I'll take it from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Councilmember Rabati. First, I want to say thank you to everyone for attending this meeting of the Morrisville Town Council. We hope you plan to join us again. Feel free to email your town council members at towncouncil@morrisvillenc.gov or visit www.morrisvillenc.gov/council for additional contact information. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. 6-0. Thank you all very much. See you in a couple.